all of a sudden, I'm not defending Nigeria. I don't have strong views in Nigeria, but Nigeria has become famous in the last week as a country in which there's Christian persecution going on. I think there's been a lot of conflict between Muslims and Christians in Nigeria for, my whole life. But all of a sudden, it's a kind of centerpiece of the conversation. What is the truth? You've been in and out of Nigeria for how long?
50 years.
50 years, 1975. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's a long time. So you know Nigeria pretty well.
I do.
What is the truth about what's going on?
Well,
and I ask because you've got credibility. You know the country, and you're spending the rest of your life defending Christians around the world. Tell me what the actual truth of Christian persecution in Nigeria is.
Let's be very clear that the Nigerian government is populated by Christians and Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
I have represented in his earlier life the national security advisor of Nigeria when he was a young man, and he's a lovely individual. And caring and universally respected in terms of religious issues. Devout Muslim, but universally respected. In my adopted family in Lagos, the Odesanya family sort of adopted me when I was a very, very young man, and living there. I sort of have a half brother there, Dapo Odesanya. That family is a totally integrated family, Muslim, Christian. I was always teased that I was a Yoruba, which is a Jewish Yoruba. But I mean, there have always been tribal conflict. I spoke to the foreign minister before I came here because I wanted to get clarity on the government's position. Absolutely, let's be clear, President Tinubu's wife is a Christian pastor. This is not targeted at Christians. There are probably an equal or more number of Muslim deaths. I am grateful to President Trump for identifying these attacks on Christians. Believe it or not, you can blame some of this on the French, who had this.
I do. I know nothing about it, but I believe you anyway.
They had a massive force in the Sahel. They armed the Tuaregs, which are a notoriously aggressive tribal group. That arming has led to mass killings of Christians. The fact that when Libya blew apart, a massive amount of arms went down to Boko Haram can't be denied by anyone. Nigeria wants to consult with the United States. Nigeria wants assistance in protecting Christians and Muslims, protecting their populations. Nigeria feels it has not had a fair shake from Washington. And I'm not, I don't work for Nigeria. I'm not going to go on and on. The foreign minister is a close friend who I respect deeply. But I can tell you from my work, I was privileged to represent one of the Nigerian states years ago, Akwa Ibom. We won a case actually for them. The Nigerians would welcome American assistance with open arms. So this is unlike Ukraine, which is destroying its church, or Armenia, which is destroying its church. Here you have a government that wants to protect its populace, doesn't have the resources. Nobody's going to deny Nigeria's been racked by corruption all the years I've known it. But they want a new deal, a new relationship with Washington, and in part to assist them in protecting Christians. So when I read some of what I've been reading, I'm never going to say that Ted Cruz isn't a brilliant man. But I'm going to say I might have a little more time in Nigeria than he does. And I would welcome him to speak to the foreign minister or others. Because one thing America doesn't need are more enemies. Africa is the future. I have said it time and time again. I'm privileged to be counsel to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. My firm has spent many years. We're still trying to defend the opposition leader of Tanzania, Tundu Lissu, who's been illegally jailed. 1,000 are dead protesting completely bogus, fraudulent elections. And to the credit of the United States, at least in the Senate, they've spoken out Foreign Relations Committee has spoken out. We need our administration, and we certainly need the EU to stop funding this grotesque government in Tanzania. But we have to stop looking at Africa as a security concern alone, and we have to recognize that between their minerals and between the entrepreneurial spirit, Nigerian lawyers are as good or better than American lawyers or British lawyers. I mean, there is an incredible infrastructure of intelligence in Nigeria that we don't know anything about. All we try to do is sanction and condemn. It is a horrible, horrible part of our policy that we sanction the hell out of everybody. We are responsible for the consolidation of power in Moscow under Putin. If we were not sanctioning the hell out of all these people who had moved to Europe, who knows whether Putin would still be in power?
Exactly. No, that's the truth. I know. It's so counterproductive that it's got to be part of some sort of larger strategy that I'm too dumb to understand, because it's achieving the opposite of the intended result.
Well, and let me tell you, I'm working in Iraq against Iranian interests. We have a woman, Sarah Salim, who is an American citizen, bravely, incredibly bravely, defending her interests and those of the Kurdish in the north. And you know, the Kurds are going to have an election soon. She's defending their interests against a wildly corrupt chief justice named Zaidan, who is actually an instrument of Iran. And there have been a complete reversal of her fortunes before the courts because of corruption against a group called the Hanna Brothers. And when we've gone to the U.S. Embassy for help, this is an American citizen who, by the way, was kidnapped and tortured 10 years ago and has been fighting for her redemption and for compensation against al-Maliki and Zaidan and others. Our embassy pledges neutrality, does not help this brave American citizen.
How can they not help an American?
Listen, we cannot understand it, especially in a moment where the future of Iraq, which is massively important to the United States, is at risk. I mean, there's an election coming up in Iraq as well, and the oil wealth of that country is almost unimaginable. And the issue is whether the Iraqi militia will disarm, whether, in fact, the government that we not only have spent billions to support, but we lost almost 5,000 lives, whether that government will be a government somewhat free of the corruption and control of Iran.
Yeah.
And our government's been impotent. There's a few people in Congress who have spoken out, and bless them for doing that. But very few people have paid Iraq any thought at all. And yet we over-concentrate on Ukraine to the exclusion of almost everything else.
Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus, it is the return of Landman, a project. I'm not defending Nigeria. I don't have strong views in Nigeria, but Nigeria has become famous in the last week as a country in which there's Christian persecution going on. I think there's been a lot of conflict between Muslims and Christians in Nigeria for, my whole life. But all of a sudden, it's a kind of centerpiece of the conversation. What is the truth? You've been in and out of Nigeria for how long?
50 years.
50 years, 1975. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's a long time.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from this part of the world. I get two eyes looking at me right now. So like, share, and subscribe if you have not. So see, when some people, they argue or they try to make case, Donald Trump doesn't know what is happening in Nigeria. The American people doesn't understand Nigeria. It behooves me because the foundation of Nigeria and then layer and they grew more since then on. This man done in Nigeria before them bomb me. And it's not be just in it was just in Nigeria. No, it was living with a prominent family, the cream like that cream. So the information available to him is not even available to our government at this point. But most importantly, in this interview, there are a couple of countries that were mentioned. The reason why, people, analysts, historians, teachers, they use um, countries as examples to buttress their points is because that is the potential of the country which they are talking about is. Anytime you want to speak in favor of the country or where they should be, you want to cite a good example, you use countries like China, the United States, blah, 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 blah. But again, when you want to cite the example, knowing that something is going terribly wrong, you cite examples, you use the countries that have gone through that scenario, that experience before, or who are currently going through that experience. So the man was talking about Rwanda. Now, we will talk about Rwanda later in terms of investment. He's talked about Rwanda in reference to the genocide that happened, that we should not allow it to get to that point. I mean, for him to use that as an example, that means there is a potential. Right? If you go to third ballet dancer, say, oh, you see him becoming a world champion in the basketball. It doesn't work like that, right? It's what you see in that person or situation that you automatically refer the future. Rwanda, Afghanistan, right? Even Ukraine. But most importantly, Tanzania. Yeah, that's where the current election held. That means they are not in favor. Washington DC is not in favor of the woman that is in power currently. Or maybe they are just playing the other way around. We'll see how things develop. Now, the Christian genocide propaganda of this conversation is to actually tell you what we can do, what will happen if the primary deal is not in our favor. This is how the future is going to look like. That's pretty much what this short interview about. And there's another interview where Arise carried their camera go Washington, D.C., which is interesting too. You see, let's listen to these people here. Let's listen to the Arise News. Then we'll come and talk about the real deal, how America are putting more money in the continent than China has currently since 2012.
I'm here at Rayburn House, which is the office building for the U.S. House of Representatives. Because of the government shutdown, it hasn't been easy getting a hold of anyone, but we did manage to get an interview with Congressman Bill Huizenga. Let's see what he has to say about these allegations of a Christian genocide in Nigeria.
I'm glad that we're able to do this. This is something that's been very, very important. And as I've been saying to some of my colleagues, we were too late on Rwanda. We were too late on South Sudan and a number of other atrocities that have happened in Africa and other places around the world. So let's not be too late again on this one. What I'm concerned about in particular is you look at the Fulani and the radicalized Islamists, how they are attacking both moderate Muslims as well as the Christians. And I think it's hard to deny when you see 200 Christians slaughtered on Christmas Eve a few years ago. Clearly it was coordinated in the attack. And I've talked to people that were in the village. I've talked to religious leaders who have been experiencing this for years. they feel targeted and know that when their homes are being entered or they're being attacked in the middle of the night, this is not just some sort of, oh, people are in conflict. They feel very much targeted.
Because of that, the U.S. response has been swift.
Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria.
President Trump threatening to potentially go into the country, guns blazing, to wipe out Islamic terrorists.
I too was surprised by the comments that they came out, that the president came out that forcefully. I suspect that is not a high priority of having actual military intervention specifically in Nigeria, but I think he does want to make sure that from his view, the genocide that is happening specifically against Christians, but also others in Nigeria, needs to stop.
But instead of military strikes, Congressman Hazenga now calling for economic sanctions.
Well, I don't envision a surprise attack. I don't envision that there's going to be a military response first. We had talked about, I would first and foremost encourage them to look at the economic pressure and sanctions on both individuals and organizations. I think that would be the most effective. Frankly, this president has been someone who has pursued peace rather than just expanding war. So I think he would be very selective before he did anything militarily. As we talked a little bit about earlier, with our government shutdown here in the United States over the last 40 plus days, that has caused some real problems for us internally. And we are having to deal with that. So first and foremost, our attention is going to be on reopening our government, trying to get it back and functioning at maximum level. That doesn't mean we stop talking about or thinking about or acting on all of these other issues, but there will probably be more of an emphasis on our government operations initially here for the next couple of weeks. Then with our appropriations bills and the things that are going on, I mean, one of the ramifications is we aren't able to have committee hearings right now. So that's one of the ways that we help try to raise the attention on these particular issues. So we need to get back to having the government open so we can start having those hearings again, and those kinds of things. Sanctions really cut off the flow of money, cut off the flow of travel. We don't know who exactly is financing much of these operations from the Fulani or Boko Haram in the past. And what I do know is, though, if we put economic pressure on them and the inability to move money around, that will have an impact, I think a positive impact. So I want to get serious about it because, again, I'm not convinced that the Nigerian government has taken the situation seriously.
Hazenga saying he thinks the Nigerian government needs to do more.
They need to demonstrate what are they doing to protect not just Christians, but certainly Christians, and what are they doing and proposing to lower that violence threshold. And earlier you were asking, have I been satisfied with their response? No, because I think their response has been, no, there's really not a problem. Well, I think there is a problem. And I'd like for them to demonstrate either very clearly why they think there is no problem, which, again, as I had said in the meeting with the foreign minister, I don't think that was adequately addressed at all, and more satisfactorily, what is their plan to deal with the violence in Nigeria, and both against Christians, but I think in general, many of the other situations that are violent, and we talked earlier a little bit about the importance of Nigeria in not just West Africa, but the whole African continent, and the economic success and potential that is there. They being the Nigerian government has talked about, well, we don't want to have an unstable situation for Western companies to operate there. Well, you're allowing that destability, that instability to occur. So I would argue that it's not President Trump or the United States that's causing that instability. I would argue that when you can't guarantee the safety of your workers and your I would argue that it's not President Trump or the United States that's causing that instability. I would argue that when you can't guarantee the safety of your workers and your employees or your products, and whether it's in energy or mining or in a number of other things, you've got a problem. And obviously, Nigeria is a beneficiary from various forms of aid internationally, but they also are a beneficiary of businesses that are coming in. And I think it's in Nigeria's best interest to make sure that whether it's the Fulanis or others that are really the root cause of this, that it's addressed. I had a very frank conversation with the foreign minister back in May. I did not get satisfactory answers, and so we're paying attention. The government has talked about, well, we don't want to have an unstable situation for Western companies to operate there. Well, you're
So at the center, the core of it all is access for them to be able to operate with little or no interference at all. So when people, this whole things are like three layers. People are just focusing on to prove whether there is a genocide, there's no genocide. That is just the first stage. The next thing, because the genocide is going on, been going on for over 10 years. And they only talk about the people that are being killed. But out of every one person killed, you are guaranteed 10 people will run away from the town, from the village. So if they are killing thousands, millions have been pushed away from the land. So the land now, that is the only way the lands can be available freely with little or no interference from the local, asking for them to be part of the process, and that they are benefiting from the tax that is, I mean, in a very organized society, if you just go to do business like that, right? A process. You apply to get a space, they go approve them, you approve your building, this is not taking place. So they are getting free access to the land and the resources. They go mine and farm as long as they can or could, or till they get whatever they get. Then as soon as they move away, new settlement is coming in. So this is in our stages. So the only thing that concerns the foreign investors is access, free access to the land, and exploit it as much as they can with free, without any, with little or nothing to actually give back to the people who literally are supposed to be the beneficiary of that resources. So you understand why at the kind of fight yesterday on Dr. Damage's show, that we know that we are missing the point. We are being, well, I don't know, it's making no bizarre they accuse, people directly. But can somebody explain to me why we focus on trying to get the young people in Nigeria to focus on what, as far as I'm concerned, we don't have control over, which is the AI, the green revolution, and all that. But what we can control is the resources, which is first. That means we come first. So we should determine how that thing is actually being used. We can decide to say we not only America will send the resources to. We'll say, oh, if we decide to send them 20%, send China 20%, or we decide we don't have a say at all. So that they are fighting for their own interests. I mean, this planet Earth is pretty much free to everybody. The only thing that is yours is what you can protect. If you can't protect it, it's not yours. It's as simple as that. So they are focusing on their interests, they are zeroing, and they do whatever it takes to get their interests however they want to. So our own leaders who are in a way in a positions to also go for our fight for our interests are all compromised and they are all giving it. It's not as simple as that, but other forces. So the other forces is the people that we eventually settle on the land after the corporation have their way. Which is pretty much the Islamic State. So there is a collaboration with these three people. The Nigerian government, whatever that composed of at the moment, the Western corporations, and the Islamic State. There's agreement or disagreement or however you want to, wherever you decided to use from, you are right at this point. But there's a clash of interest here because some people are trying to be greedy, if you want to put it like that. The greedy in the sense that our own leaders are greedy, if you zoom in on themselves. If not, you will not be subjecting your people to this kind of humiliation. Instead of you to organize them to fight the interest, how long how many they feel kill before they will give up. But when you render them powerless by not just protecting them with the will and power they give you, but you also deny them information just for your own greed. Why some of us, they always try to focus on the pressure, the interests of the outsiders. But at the core of it all, it's also because of our leaders' greed that give it the other partner in business trying to overshadow the whole process. So again, we are at a crossroad. Everybody is speaking from their own interest perspective. And the Nigerian people are everywhere because we don't understand what is going on, not because we don't want to, but because every day billions of nairas and dollars is being invested to make sure the majority of the people don't understand jack. That's how the world works. So at the end of the day, why you say the government is not doing well, is not doing anything rather than acknowledging that the fact that yes, there is a genocide, we are doing something about it. They want the government to seal the deal, pursue the other competitor out of the land, and make sure you protect our workers that will be on ground. That's your job. That's what we expect from you. However you want to do it now, you know. It's always about that.
Allowing that destability, that instability to occur. So I would argue that it's not President Trump or the United States that's causing that instability. I would argue that when you can't guarantee the safety of your workers and your employees or your products, and whether it's in energy or mining or in a number of other things, you've got a problem. And,
Right.
and obviously, Nigeria is
He didn't say if you cannot protect the Christian or the Muslim or the no. Say if you cannot protect your employee, your workers, the product, either in energy or mining, they're very straight. At this point, we'll not be debate Christianity all you want. That doesn't matter. That's not what they are interested in. That's not depend now a problem with that. They are telling you their concern. Your concern is that you have to be not just able to guarantee, you have to show us that yes, you can guarantee our workers, employee. Now, whatever they want to, if they say they don't want competitors, you have to make it happen. That's what the whole guarantee is about. Nobody say make you get military everywhere, make that they work up and down freely. No, 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 no. You don't get you don't have the capacity to actually secure them themselves. No, they can see they can do all that. That's the point. If they want to stop Boko Haram not to be, in fact, to vanish from that region for the next 100 years, it will not take them 5 days to do it. They want that place. If they want that place to be like Eco Atlantic, within 5 years they will make it. That's not a problem. The problem here is that they don't want competition. That's not the point. They are not here to compete. We want to dictate how the resources should be, not just extracted and where it should go. That's no, there should be no back and forth. That you have is your own. It is your now prerogative to make that happen. They're not going to do that for you. Why? Because they know they are all compromised. All of them get house in Atlanta, Florida, Maryland, Houston, Dubai, London, Newcastle, everywhere. So their kids are, living their best life in some of the best institutions. I mean, every goddamn place, they're everywhere. So the ball is in your court, Mr. Tunubu and your friends. The ball is in your court, and we are running out of time. No get time. We're running out of patience right now. So make it quick. You know what to do. They know what to do. What they want is that tell the Chinese people to hey, take the back seat. Now, they've already went into agreement that they also mortgage their future into the Chinese people hands too. They have free access to Beijing, to everywhere. They have all compromised. So they went and signed deals, not to the benefit of majority of Nigerians. That should be clear. That's where the greed come from. So I'm not here to make case for the case for anybody. I meant to actually say this is what is going on and this is why it's going on. Whatever that is going on is going on. The Buhari administration was heavily indebted to the Chinese CCP. They also have all kind of railway deals and all that. They're in the name of trying to industrialize for the benefit of the people, but at what cost? At what cost? Because these individuals became wealthy, stupidly rich in the process of signing those deals. Why? Why the average Nigerian buying power is becoming nothing to even write about it by the day. Their buying power is vanishing as fast as the day goes by. But these few individuals who are in a position to actually go into make a deal that will benefit the majority of the people, If you are not coming to build the refinery here, source the workers, 60% of the workers should be also from the locality. You are not ready. Now, how you want to make that happen is up to you. So they know how to make it happen. That means they have to invest in education to train those people that will be involved in the process of extractions to go into manufacturing process. All right. Now, at that point, if you now say, come, now only your market will go the sell out to. That's when we get to that point, we have that conversation. No, these people put their yachts, their private jets, their kids going from Harvard to Yale, from London School of Economics to Columbia. They put that first. All their penthouse in New York, their, lakeside mansion in Florida, everywhere. They put that before the local factories, to local industry, to good education, to good jobs for the majority of the people. Now they are running out of time. They are running a taskata. They don't know who to sacrifice again, but the people.
Is a beneficiary from various forms of aid internationally, but they also are a beneficiary of businesses that are coming in. And I think it's in Nigeria's best interest to make sure that whether it's the Fulanis or others that are really the root cause of this, that it's addressed. I had a very frank conversation with the foreign minister back in May. Did not get satisfactory answers, and so we're paying attention and we're trying to put some pressure. If you are asking me, am I satisfied with the Nigerian government's response to both questions in committee or questions that we've had in private conversations, my answer has been no. Had I thought that they had adequate responses, we would not be having this resolution. We would not be having this legislation. And to me, my frustration is it doesn't feel like the Nigerian government has been taking this serious.
Anyeza Osakwe, Arise News, Washington, D.C.
Make I hear this perspective before we go into why we are really here. I think we get time. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
A round of applause until he gets here.
Yeah, Igbo. Here's the perspective on Trump. Igbo Kwenu.
Thank you. I hope we don't mind that I'm taking some time to get set here. And you know the reason. Those of us who are above 60 find it difficult to use these electronic devices, but we are being forced to do it because that is the trend of today. Let me begin by welcoming everyone that is here for this very important discourse, the 5th edition of the Frontier Annual Public Lecture Series. Pace-setter, Frontier Magazine, I want to commend you. And for your steadfastness, because you have been putting forward this discourse year after year. This is the 5th edition, and it still remains an innovative venture, offering us a platform for an in-depth review of the state of our nation, with a view offering recommendations on how to navigate through the many challenges of this nation. So I want to recognize all the distinguished personalities here, my friend Sajo and Moni Dafe. You know, we haven't seen for some time, but I'm glad to see you here today. I want to also recognize those who have and who are coming here to make their views known. The theme reflects a conscious effort. Thank you. A very conscious effort to address a critical aspect of our political life today. So I want to salute the ingenuity of the organizers and the candidness of those who are going to speak, because I know some of them. I know Udenta, I know Aisha, I know so many of them who will give us their views today. Politics of convergence and coalitions, navigating power struggles in shaping democracy. We are at the eve of the year before elections. So there's no other better time than now for us to have a necessary political conversation of where we should go and the strategic movements that we're seeing, as we seek also at the same time to find solutions to the many nagging problems facing us as a nation. And so I think that the topic is very appropriate for this time. Today, there is a consensus among both politicians, civil servants, and the ordinary man on the street that we are in a very dangerous crossroads. I'm sure that is very clear to all. And where we are today, if we can encapsulate it, is that we are in a state that has lost its moral compass, and we cannot run away or shy away from saying that truth. We have lost our moral compass. And why do I say so? When bandits kidnap children and the state rewards them with amnesty, what do you think we have? We have lost whatever morality we have. When soldiers are killed in ambushes and in organized skirmishes by bandit terrorists, whatever name you call them, and the killers are rewarded with integration, what do you think that is? It is a state that has lost its morality. Because every state is built on a foundation of morality, which is justice and equity. In other words, if you commit a crime, you pay the price for that crime. And so, where does that bring us to? It brings us to a point where a nation that rewards terror will one day find that terror will take over power in that state. Because you're not punishing terror, rather, you're rewarding them. And when you pay a kidnapper, all that you have done is that you have sown the seed for the next kidnap, because he will continue to do what he's doing. And so, what are our recommendations for what you need to do as a nation? And I say this advisedly because in 2015, in the inception of this APC government, I was the minority leader in the Senate, which meant that I was officially the person in opposition. And I continued to shout and cry. And I said then that rather than confront the evil before it, the government preferred to deal in propaganda. And I made a quotation that those who live by propaganda will also die by propaganda. And that is where we are today. 10 years after, rather than abating, the matter has simply worsened, and worsened to the extent that a foreign power is now trying to set us, to tell us this is your moral compass where you should be. That somebody is coming from America to tell us what to do. It's a shame on Nigeria. Why? Nigeria was a particular country in this our, what the pidgin English people will say, before our very, very eyes. We went and imposed order in Liberia. We imposed order in Sierra Leone. We imposed order in the Congo. We went all over Africa imposing order. And the Nigerian military was the best rated military on this African region. And today, we are now told that our soldiers run away from ragtag people who are within our country. That is nothing but shameful. That's why I say that the country has lost its moral compass, and we need to regain ourselves. And how do you regain yourself? You do not reward those. Let me repeat. You do not reward those who live on ransom and blood. Because when you reward them, it only emboldens them to do more. I think there was a particular general, I think from Syria also. I read a quotation from him that when he said that his job is not to forgive, that his job is to send the terrorist to God. Let God forgive the person when he has sent him there. That is what we ought to do in Nigeria. A terrorist and a criminal ought to be sent to go and look for solace somewhere else, not within our polity. Finally, we need to note this. A government that chooses appeasement over justice. A government that chooses appeasement over justice simply signs the death warrant of its citizens. Because what happens is that that person that you are appeasing will see you as weak and will continue to perpetuate more evil so that you will be appeasing them, and there comes the time when there will be no more opportunity to appease them. And so, to go forward, I would like, as I see all the array of people who are going to speak today, to leave the details of all the things we are going to discuss to both the keynote speaker and the other. But I will leave you before I quit this stage with two things, two key points. One, we are back in 2013. There's no doubt about it. What happened in 2013 is what is now going to happen in 2020, 26 and 27. And so,
Uncle Abarebe, they talk about morality, how government should be built on morality. Morality also says that you should live among your representative. The people that you are representing, you should live among them. Your kids know they go school for the constituency you represent. They don't, your family don't live in the constituency you present. They don't go to the clinic, hospital in the constituency you present. They don't, they cannot even relate to with the constituency that you represent. But it's talking about how government is built on morality. It's okay. Last. We go understand in our politics. Now all of us they play. And it's not a bad thing. You just have to key in before it's too late. And bring the article we worried about today into play. We'll do more. This was 10th, right? Won't be 10th yesterday. This one too was yesterday. The UEE. Oh, what am I doing?
Well, my name is Peter Obi.
What am I doing? My name is Peter Obi. Yeah. So how the US of A overtook China as African biggest foreign investor. So that's what we are going to go into right away. But if we get more time, talk about the EU role in Sudan civil war. Maybe that will give us a more understanding what is going on in Sudan. Might be our next reality, but let's do this. So let's zoom in on what our that is not in our debate space that we are not talking about enough. We invested so much on the propaganda aspect of this our reality and what is going on. So let's go into this cocoa white cat and black sheep. Now, one of my favorite energy, anything that has to do with energy blog right here. So this article was taken from there's an insight into frontier market and other maverick investment opportunity. So this article was taken from BBC. So we'll that go direct to the BBC. Let's go to the O6 mouth where anyway, no, let's just stay here. Let's just stay here. So you probably don't give much thought to the device that you are reading this article on, as long as it looks good and keeps working. But the elements that power and run it are the subject of an escalating struggle between world two biggest economies, the US and China, with Africa countries in the eyes of the storm. So if you see my paranoia of this couple of days was pretty much the points I tried to make. This has nothing to do with your stinky ass as a Christian or your dirty ass as a Muslim. No, what give a fuck about that than you. So these guys they are high in existential competition here. When they talk about Christian. I don't know why Christians say good they cry. But man, that knows I will pray again. You should pray to God now. And God knows I mean America be God. So all those prayers where Christians they pray for Nigeria now, America and they pray out to. They should come and save them. We will keep it deceive ourselves. Anyway, so the African continent is rich in critical minerals and metals like lithium, rare earths, cobalt, and tungsten, tungsten, which are vital to making and running our personal tech. Such materials are also essential for everything from electric vehicle to AI data centers and weapon system. The point again I tried to make these few days, you guys are focusing on the wrong fucking thing. Without the electric vehicle that want to drive from Lagos to Maiduguri, right? Or the AI that people they talk, oh, it's coming to take our job. It's coming to add more to our job. It's coming, all those nonsense. And I tell them, all those things are nothing. They cannot even come to an existence without the raw material that we have to come together first. That's where we are blessed with nature. That's where we hold the power. and your motherfuckers are screaming Christian, Muslim, that like as if like it's just fucking crazy. Anyway, so at the center point of to the next civilization, that's what I'm saying. Nigeria is being presented with a rare opportunity once again, just like the crude oil, time. Now, lithium, small we get, and rare. A lot of these things, Nigeria get bit and pieces of them. So we stand a chance to not just change our economic fortune as a nation, as a people. We also stand the chance to alter civilization going forward, at least for the next 80 to 100 years. We are here savaging over the finished products that only 1 or 2% of us can afford. And as far we find ourselves in that bracket, we are living the first world lifestyle. So fuck the rest. So instead of you to use what you have to go into straight, strong leverage, you dare the dream. You are preparing the younger ones that should be thinking of what AI is coming to do or what AI is not. Imagine. Anyway, China has long been the biggest player in the global market for critical minerals and global supply, and it has rattled the United States with the threats of curbing exports. That lent added urgency to the U.S. move to increase its access to critical mineral and metal, with African reserve seen as a key to that mission. This is so much the case that the US has actually quietly overtaken China as the biggest foreign direct investor in Africa. According to the latest annual figure, the US invested $7.8 billion. Let's pause for a minute. Man, I need to invest more in this my presentation, because as I pause here, so I could have played a video where when Bola Tinubu take office, that 1-2 weeks, when Brigade was in Lagos and Abuja, assembled all our newly elected officials from the vice president down. And I was telling how they are supposed to spend 8 billion. 8 billion specifically. I've been at 7.5 billion. I think 8 billion specifically, they said they are going to spend on the continent of Africa. Healthcare, education, agriculture, those are the things that he said. Yeah, you missed my life because you are not a serious student. Yeah, blessed. You are not a serious student. See this phone number on the comment section. Put it and send me a message so that I go add on to my contact list. I always send out to people that I'm live. Or you don't turn off the notification. If you turn on your notification, at least you go know say I come online. See, you are not even subscribed. Maybe that's why you are not subscribed. See that now I said they don't demonetize me. Say I don't feel collect money again. See, so, but at least we'll see if they go live. Wait, let's keep going. Anyway, so you miss an hour long, so I can't even help you. Anyway, I don't think you miss that much because now I play videos of Tucker Carlson. Okay. Let me know if you are still there. Make I play one video. Maybe that will give you. Okay. Make I play this video. Maybe that will bring you up to speed. The good thing is that I never to go far with the main topic. So I was just building up to it. So I will forgive you.
Well, my name is Peter Obi.
Shut up, I know. I think there was the video. I hope say YouTube say no go fuck me up because I dey play talker casting. I don't know their problem with talker. So blessing, pay attention. If not, you will
All of a sudden,
fine.
I'm not defending Nigeria. I don't have strong views in Nigeria, but Nigeria has become famous in the last week as a country in which there's Christian persecution going on. I think there's been a lot of conflict between Muslims and Christians in Nigeria for, my whole life. But all of a sudden, it's a kind of centerpiece of the conversation. What is the truth? You've been in and out of Nigeria for how long?
50 years.
50 years, 1975. Is that correct?
Yes, your blessing. Those people where they thought America no understand what is going on in Nigeria. Then I say, come, people will lay your foundation. How they not gonna know how you the way they groom you? This man don't did Nigeria before they bomb me. He don't did Nigeria before they bomb me. You see?
Yes. It's a long time. So you know Nigeria pretty well.
I do.
What is the truth about what's going on?
Well,
and I ask because you've got credibility. You know the country, and you're spending the rest of your life defending Christians around the world. Tell me what the actual truth of Christian persecution in Nigeria is.
Let's be very clear that the Nigerian government is populated by Christians and Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
I have represented in his earlier life the national security advisor of Nigeria when he was a young man, and he's a lovely individual. And caring and universally respected in terms of religious issues. Devout Muslim, but universally respected. In my adopted family in Lagos, the Odesanya family sort of adopted me when I was a very, very young man, and living there. I sort of have a half brother there, Dapo Odesanya. That family is a totally integrated family, Muslim, Christian. I was always teased that I was a Yoruba, which is a Jewish Yoruba. But I mean, there have always been tribal conflict. I spoke to the foreign minister before I came here because I wanted to get clarity on the government's position.
You see, say the family we adopt them, no be poor family. Now the cream like the cream of the Lagos elite. Now they adopt them. So in other words, the kind of information when they get safe. Poor people like you, people like me, I'm blessing. We don't know how. So pay attention. These people.
Absolutely, let's be clear, President Tinubu's wife is a Christian pastor. This is not targeted at Christians. There are probably an equal or more number of Muslim deaths. I am grateful to President Trump for identifying these attacks on Christians. Believe it or not, you can blame some of this on the French, who had this.
I do. I know nothing about it, but I believe you anyway.
They had a massive force in the Sahel. They armed the Tuaregs, which are a notoriously aggressive tribal group. That arming has led to mass killings of Christians. The fact that when Libya blew apart, a massive amount of arms went down to Boko Haram can't be denied by anyone. Nigeria wants to consult with the United States. Nigeria wants assistance in protecting Christians and Muslims, protecting their populations. Nigeria feels it has not had a fair shake from Washington. And I'm not, I don't work for Nigeria. I'm not going to go on and on. The foreign minister is a close friend who I respect deeply. But I can tell you from my work, I was privileged to represent one of the Nigerian states years ago, Akwa Ibom. We won a case actually for them. The Nigerians would welcome American assistance with open arms. So this is unlike Ukraine, which is destroying its church, or Armenia, which is destroying its church. Here you have a government that wants to protect its populace, doesn't have the resources. Nobody's going to deny Nigeria's been racked by corruption all the years I've known it. But they want a new deal, a new relationship with Washington, and in part to assist them in protecting Christians. So when I read some of what I've been reading, I'm never going to say that Ted Cruz isn't a brilliant man. But I'm going to say I might have a little more time in Nigeria than he does. And I would welcome him to speak to the foreign minister or others. Because one thing America doesn't need are more enemies. Africa is the future. I have said it time and time again. I'm privileged to be counsel to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. My firm has spent many years. We're still trying to defend the opposition leader of Tanzania, Tundu Lissu, who's been illegally jailed. 1,000 are dead protesting completely bogus, fraudulent elections. And to the credit of the United States, at least in the Senate, they've spoken out. Foreign Relations Committee has spoken out. We need our administration, and we certainly need the EU to stop funding this grotesque government in Tanzania. But we have to stop looking at Africa as a security concern alone, and we have to recognize that between their minerals and between the entrepreneurial spirit, Nigerian lawyers are as good or better than American lawyers or British lawyers. I mean, there is an incredible infrastructure of intelligence in Nigeria that we don't know anything about. All we try to do is sanction and condemn. It is a horrible, horrible part of our policy that we sanction the hell out of everybody. We are responsible for the consolidation of power in Moscow under Putin. If we were not sanctioning the hell out of all these people who had moved to Europe, who knows whether Putin would still be in power?
Exactly. No, that's the truth. I know. It's so counterproductive that it's got to be part of some sort of larger strategy that I'm too dumb to understand, because it's achieving the opposite of the intended result.
Well, and let me tell you, I'm working in Iraq against Iranian interests. We have a woman, Sarah Salim, who is an American citizen, bravely, incredibly bravely, defending her interests and those of the Kurdish in the north. And the Kurds are going to have an election soon. She's defending their interests against a wildly corrupt chief justice named Zaidan, who is actually an instrument of Iran. And there have been a complete reversal of her fortunes before the courts because of corruption against a group called the Hanna Brothers. And when we've gone to the U.S. Embassy for help, this is an American citizen who, by the way, was kidnapped and tortured 10 years ago and has been fighting for her redemption and for compensation against al-Maliki and Zaidan and others. Our embassy pledges neutrality, does not help this brave American citizen.
How can they not help an American?
Listen, we cannot understand it, especially in a moment where the future of Iraq, which is massively important to the United States, is at risk. I mean, there's an election coming up in Iraq as well, and the oil wealth of that country is almost unimaginable. And the issue is whether the Iraqi militia will disarm, whether, in fact, the government that we not only have spent billions to support, but we lost almost 5,000 lives, whether that government will be a government somewhat free of the corruption and control of Iran.
Yeah.
And our government's been impotent. There's a few people in Congress who have spoken out, and bless them for doing that, but very few people have paid Iraq any thought at all. And yet we over-concentrate on Ukraine to the exclusion of almost everything else.
Streaming November.
Blessing, you say what happened? What do you mean, what happened? So you see, say, all the countries that he cited as an example, from Ukraine to Rwanda, to Afghanistan, to Iraq, what is at the center of those places and what is their fate? So we can only move from this conversation of Christian genocide, moving gradually to the real deal. So it depends on how our leader responds. We're either faced with the face of any of those countries. So it ties every countries with resources. Yes, there are humanitarian casualty, people are being killed, but they have enormous oil, they have talents in terms of minerals, education. So at the end of the day, the conversation is not just stick to Christian genocide alone again. It's now moving to the next stage. Which anytime we will say now it's about resources, they will say which resources. But see, there's another video that I'll play before we go back to the text of how America is winning the game, overturning the gains already, investing more on Nigeria, on the continent than China since 2012. Listen to this. It's take this.
I'm here at Rayburn House, which is the office building for the U.S. House of Representatives. Because of the government shutdown, it hasn't been easy getting a hold of anyone, but we did manage to get an interview with Congressman Bill Huizenga. Let's see what he has to say about these allegations of a Christian genocide in Nigeria.
I'm glad that we're able to do this. This is something that's been very, very important. And as I've been saying to some of my colleagues, we were too late on Rwanda. We were too late on South Sudan and a number of other atrocities that have happened in Africa and other places around the world. So let's not be too late again on this one. What I'm concerned about in particular is you look at the Fulani and the radicalized Islamists, how they are attacking both moderate Muslims as well as the Christians. And I think it's hard to deny when you see 200 Christians slaughtered on Christmas Eve a few years ago. Clearly it was coordinated in the attack. And I've talked to people that were in the village. I've talked to religious leaders who have been experiencing this for years. They feel targeted and know that when their homes are being entered or they're being attacked in the middle of the night, this is not just some sort of, people are in conflict. They feel very much targeted.
Because of that, the U.S. response has been swift.
Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria.
President Trump threatening to potentially go into the country, guns blazing, to wipe out Islamic terrorists.
I too was surprised by the comments that came out, that the president came out that forcefully. I suspect that is not a high priority of having actual military intervention specifically in Nigeria, but I think he does want to make sure that from his view, the genocide that is happening specifically against Christians, but also others in Nigeria, needs to stop.
But instead of military strikes, Congressman Huizenga now calling for economic sanctions.
Well, I don't envision a surprise attack. I don't envision that there's going to be a military response first. We had talked about, I would first and foremost encourage them to look at the economic pressure and sanctions on both individuals and organizations. I think that would be the most effective. Frankly, this president has been someone who has pursued peace rather than just expanding war. So I think he would be very selective before he did anything militarily. As we talked a little bit about earlier, with our government shutdown here in the United States over the last 40 plus days, that has caused some real problems for us internally. And we are having to deal with that. So first and foremost, our attention is going to be on reopening our government, trying to get it back and functioning at maximum level. That doesn't mean we stop talking about or thinking about or acting on all of these other issues, but there will probably be more of an emphasis on our government operations initially here for the next couple of weeks. Then with our appropriations bills and the things that are going on, I mean, one of the ramifications is we aren't able to have committee hearings right now. So that's one of the ways that we help try to raise the attention on these particular issues. So we need to get back to having the government open so we can start having those hearings again, and those kinds of things. Sanctions really cut off the flow of money, cut off the flow of travel. We don't know who exactly is financing much of these operations from the Fulani or Boko Haram in the past. And what I do know is, though, if we put economic pressure on them and the inability to move money around, that will have an impact, I think a positive impact. So I want to get serious about it because, again, I'm not convinced that the Nigerian government has taken the situation seriously.
Hazinga saying he thinks the Nigerian government needs to do more.
They need to demonstrate what are they doing to protect not just Christians, but certainly Christians, and what are they doing and proposing to lower that violence threshold. And earlier you were asking, have I been satisfied with their response? No, because I think their response has been, no, there's really not a problem. Well, I think there is a problem. And I'd like for them to demonstrate either very clearly why they think there is no problem, which, again, as I had said in the meeting with the foreign minister, that I don't think that was adequately addressed at all, and more satisfactorily, what is their plan to deal with the violence in Nigeria, and both against Christians, but I think in general, many of the other situations that are violent, and we talked earlier a little bit about the importance of Nigeria in not just West Africa, but the whole African continent, and the economic success and potential that is there. They being the Nigerian government has talked about, well, we don't want to have an unstable situation for Western companies to operate there. Well, you're allowing that destability, that instability to occur. So I would argue that it's not President Trump or the United States that's causing that instability. I would argue that when you can't guarantee the safety of your workers and your employees or your products, and whether it's in energy or mining or in a number of other things, you've got a problem. And obviously, Nigeria is a beneficiary from various forms of aid internationally, but they also are a beneficiary of businesses that are coming in. And I think it's in Nigeria's best interest to make sure that whether it's the Fulanis or others that are really the root cause of this, that it's addressed. I had a very frank conversation with the foreign minister back in May. Did not get satisfied.
So, Blessing, it's up to your government to protect not just the workers, the employees, and the products. either in mining or the energy. Now, let's, stay on that for a minute. America no need Nigerian to, in terms of protecting their workers or their businesses in Nigeria. They don't need anybody. They have the capacity they have. If they want to face out every security within that region, it no go take them more than 5 hours. That's not the security they are talking about. They don't want competition. They have to be at the driving seat of how those energy is extracted and distributed. The fact that you are bringing China into the conversation, that's your problem now. You got to deal with that. We are not here to compete. So that is what he's telling, is making clear, and the players understand. That's why I say you have a problem. Your problem is to protect our workers, employee, and product. Nah, yes, just make sure we are the only one that will come and determine who benefits and who don't, and how it should go. That's what this game is about.
Satisfactory answers, and so we're paying attention and we're trying to put some pressure. If you are asking me, am I satisfied with the Nigerian government's response to both questions in committee or questions that we've had in private conversations, my answer has been no. Had I thought that they had adequate responses, we would not be having this resolution. We would not be having this legislation.
That is as
and to me, my frustration is it doesn't feel like the Nigerian government has been taking this serious.
Anyeze Osakwe, Arise News, Washington, D.C.
So we are not here to compete. I'm not satisfied that the Chinese are still raising their ugly heads. So let's go to where the competition is taking shape. Means all this noise. Let's get to the signal. How the United States overtook China as Africa's biggest foreign. Blessed if you are still there, so I hope you are. So this article by one of my favorite blog, Black Cast and Black Sheep, Insight into Frontier Markets, another maverick investment opportunity. So today they took this article from BBC, how the US overtook China as Africa's biggest frontier investor. So let's take it line by line, step by step. Good. So no worry, good. So let's say you're up to date. So the articles, they said, so let's see how they overtook Nigeria, China in Nigeria investments, because investments across the continent. So you say you probably don't give much thought to the device that you are reading this article on, as long as it looks good and keep working. But the elements that power and run it are the subject of an escalating struggle between the world's two biggest economies, the US and China, with African countries in the eyes of the storm. The African continent is rich in critical minerals and metals like lithium, rare earth, cobalt, and tungsten, be that, blessed, which are vital to making and running our personal tech. Such materials are also essential for everything from electric vehicle to AI data center and weapon system. Blessing, does that ring a bell about what we are discussing about on 90 Minutes Africa? our teachers, Professor of Engineer and Dr. Dameji, focus on AI, which is the topic of conversation, which is not out of place in a way, but I don't think that's our concern. That should be our concern, since that there's nothing we will do to have leverage over how AI is going to be used against us or for us. We don't have control over that at this point, but we have leverage to try to mitigate it or as much as we can from either the harm or the benefits that will come from it. So that's why I was I took the route I took in presenting my question or my rant or however you want to classify it to the professor and Dr. Damage last Sunday. So they say the Africa continent is rich in critical minerals and no, first of all, we need to understand this. At the base of that Christian genocide propaganda lies this: say the elements that power and run it are the subject of an escalating struggle between the two biggest economies, the US and China, with African countries in the center of the storm, the eye of the storm. He said the continent is rich in critical minerals and metals like lithium, rare earths, cobalt, which are vital to backing and running our personal tech, such as material, are also essential for everything from electric vehicle and AI. Unfortunately for the show that day, they were using electric vehicle and rare earth as the how we would they get a free driverless car from Lagos to Maiduguri. You know how the AI go they had more job. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? when they assemble in Paris a couple of months ago, one AI summit. Now Bola Tinubu, our president, was sneaking in and out of hotel just to meet with the CEO of Google. Now the summit was about AI. They don't invite the guy. The guy fly go there, go make sure go lodge for the same hotel where the CEO of Google lodge, so that he go fit talk to her. And somebody will come and telling me that I will go like, what the fuck are you guys? I mean, oh my God! You see where my anger was kind of came from that day. Wait, though, you say I got disconnected. Come, blessed. Where you there first? Make I know. Make I know the people where they run your internet. Where in China, I've been a Silicon Valley. I've been for what's be that market for Ikeja where they do slot. Having a slot, they run your internet. So why would we are like slave? We discuss which sweet which chocolate sweet pass instead of mogu the time mogu they come mogu they teach them. Instead of they ask us, but we are fighting for the curiosity. It's just fucking ridiculous. Anyway, and these are the people who are telling me not to vote for Monday Paolo. Imagine that canteen. Make a no vote for Monday Paolo. Make a vote for people like them. They say China has been long the biggest player in the global market for critical minerals and metal. It has significant reserve at home and access to supply from overseas thanks to major investments in foreign mining and operation, particularly in Africa. Now, let's stay on that for a minute. Yes, currently, I think China control 90% supply of rare earths. Not because it didn't get the raw material for China, but they invested heavily in the processing. when are they busy, they teach us how to draw ants and label ants, draw cockroach. What is this? Rufa River, Niger River, Benue. The what it be this islands where China won't, where America won't go war for China with. What's where they do combust semiconductor manufacturing. Taiwan, right? When are they busy teach us how to draw this thing, a cockroach. That year, the Taiwanese people are busy trying to lobbying, investing heavily in semiconductor manufacturing plants, processing plants. The mother of that whole semiconductor economy in Taiwan was in Texas. Literally less than 15 minutes drive from where I am sitting right now. I was living right beside the company TMC. I don't know before safe. That's to tell you how I every day I did drive past TMC. Every day they drive past TMC for years. I don't know, say that's what that was about until I begin yesterday. There's something called is now waiting Taiwan till they control, till they draw tension between us. I was like, fuck. So the man who took it upon himself to go build that, to embark on that adventure, was a staff at TMC here in Texas. Was one of their top manager and all that. So when the guy approached the company, I think we should be able to take it to my country. But the guy not Taiwan, just like immigrants, right? That's why they thought. So when they argue, say Nigerians are intelligent, and we go, yeah, like, shut the fuck up. What you guys have to show for it? Yeah, Indian, to prove the gains, to prove they are one of the most intelligent people, immigrants in America, they were able to replicate MIT, the almighty MIT. Massachusetts Institute of Technology for India. They have equivalent of MIT in India. So that's why you see they were able to catch up with the internet security world. They are some of the best coders and whatever. There's a base there. Now the people who come school, the Indians who come school for America took their day. Today, the Chinese are going head to head with America for AI and the rest of them. Why? Because the Chinese people that came and learned, they took that thing and replicated it in China, in Beijing. Today, the competition don't start. So when we're supposed to use our oil, our raw material, negotiate for that kind of leverage. Don't just come and build a plant. You have to empower Yaba College of Technology. The same the professor of engineer we on the talk, when NEPA they take light, as they talk in internet, they go off. Can't you now, you and your gang, take over government and use that privilege to negotiate for them to come and turn your institution of technology in replica of that of MIT or the Stanford, so that on the long run we would produce the same brain that will be. I mean, this thing is that means you only talk say the template is out there. So they were glossing over how finished product that they cannot even afford when the time comes. Or if they can afford it, now only 1 or 2% of their village people will take advantage of it. 200 years after they don't revolutionize the agriculture, we never see feed ourselves. Anyway. So we are at the time where we're supposed to leverage our resources for all those kind of people. We allow our leaders, they don't use that, they use that, their greed, they negotiate houses for Florida. Shout out to Uncle Wike. Yeah? They get penthouse for New York, get houses for Dubai, get houses for Yaoundé, get houses for Bless himself. Now Blessing they help them to manage their the secondary school when you go for Nigeria, the principal, you don't get an apartment for where Blessing they stay, and the manager. That's what we negotiated with our resources. We negotiated it for our own family benefit and our greed. Where other serious leaders are negotiating for their unborn generation. Those that negotiated at the Taiwan semiconductor plants, they are close to their grave. Man on old, soon die. Those that negotiated economic cooperation with America, the Chinese people, those generations are gone. They are not reaping the benefit of what they worked for. We refuse to admit that we are the generation. We are born at a time whereby the idea of wealth should not cross our minds. The idea of securing the sovereignty of these people for the new generation, so they can build wealth upon that. If they are not free, how can they build wealth? But we put our individual greed first. We want to drive the best Mercedes, fly private jets, send our kids to Harvard, London School of Economics, Columbia, and all those nonsense. Instead of you thinking that how do we have those same institutions in our country so that our next generation will not slave themselves out. That was the anger. And my anger is that these people, like, it's not because they know if me where they smoke igbo they fit think like this, then we be say 100% they are sober and they are teachers, they are well read. I don't feel say they don't know. I don't feel say they don't know. They know better than me. But why are they doing what they are doing? They also know what they are doing, which is the saddest part. If they say they don't know what it is that they do, then I get it. They know what they are doing. You are helping to code the Nigerian mind away from their lifestyle, from their history. Just they mold the Nigerian future into slavery to be better servants than we are. We are happy that we are serving in hospitals, in university classrooms, in factories, in high-tech industries, with the money social media, with the money World Health Organization, and we think we are now brainwashing the next generation to be better servants than them. You are serving, you are leading way through the organization that if they show the map, your country know they there. And now your country, now you they make those the trade where you they manage. You are just managing your wealth. You are managing the process of enslaving your people more. That's pretty much what they were there doing. So the article continues. Beijing has also built up a dominant position when it comes to processing global supply, and it has rattled the United States with threats of curbing exports. That lends added urgency to the U.S. move to increase its access to the critical mineral and metal, with Africa Reserve as seen as key to that mission. This is so much the case that the US has actually quietly overtaken China as the biggest foreign direct investor in Africa. According to the latest annual figure, the US invested 7.8 billion. Now let's pause there for a minute. I don't know where blessed on the come class. I don't follow me for a minute. When Bola Tinubu win election, that week when Bola Tinubu win election, while Bola Tinubu was away somewhere in France, Bill Gates was Obi and Atiku. They carry the Nigerian youth, they go Chicago, go look for waiting. I don't know. I don't know why they don't come back from Chicago safe. You know, Bill Gates was in Nigeria. He assembled the people who we just newly voted for or selected, whatever side you are on, from the president down to the lowest House of Representative member, saying that they are going to invest $8 billion in the continent. He was talking about agriculture, healthcare, tech, and you name it. This was the same week where Bola Tinubu win, and and you see it. People will see they tell you, "Naibo, you they smoke." No, this is just pay attention to signals and ready to do your work. That's all. No, it doesn't take more than anything. If people say now it read to it just everything works, everything helps. But to be able to see these things the way they are, it's just interest and ready to work. So nobody say everything that they do, then they document them for history purposes. Because how do you think their own next generation they go fit to oppress you if they don't document your stupidity and keep it? They have to document the foolishness, and so that their next generation will be the same template. Because what's the point of changing strategy when it works like a charm? So that was across Africa in 2023, compared with 4 billion by China, according to the China African Research Institute of Johns Hopkins University, which access official data. It marks the first time since 2012 that the US had regained the lead. This American investment is being led by a government agency called the US International Development Finance Corporation, DFC. This was set up in 2019 during President Trump's first term of office, and it's not shy about saying that its missions to take on Beijing. The DFC said on its website that it was established as a means of countering China's presence in strategic region. Like these people people go see come they argue, say you are conspiracy theories. Like, no, this I don't see why they talk. We has to do so much about the white my critical thinking. No, these are just literally what is there on the open. If you are ready to do the work, as I said, what does this investment mean for African firms and countries who are beneficiaries? Last year, Rwanda mining company Trinity Metal secured a 3.9 million grant from the DFC to help develop the 3 mines that it owns in the country, producing time, titanium, and tungsten. This US government has been very supportive of what have been doing to look at bringing that supply chain directly to the United States, says company chairman Sean Comic. Trinity now sent tungsten from Rwanda to a processing plant in Pennsylvania. Yes. Now, that's why I try to try to put a context to when they talk say, oh, there is in Rwanda now you have a robot that is delivering medical equipment. Hell yeah, that's a fact. But the Rwanda people has nothing to do with it. Even though I don't get the resources that brought that to fruition, which is my point. And many of them get access to that. But the money, imagine they can't take raw material from you cheap, process them, won't sell them to you. Even the money where you go take buy am, na then go borrow you. That's exactly what happened. The company that build the mining, the mining company that built it in the mining plant in Rwanda, the money was secured from a grant from America. The company in America get them. The money where they build the plant in America get them. So, like, who does like this? Then somebody will come to us, oh, if you go to Rwanda, there's a mine. If you go Kaduna, there's a lithium mining plant. So what? But guess what? The whole point is to also direct the process, the processing the raw material straight to Pennsylvania, all the way in Philly. No, not Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I mean Penn State. Now, it has also struck a deal to send Rwandan time to a smelter in Pennsylvania. So everything they go back to where, just as the agreement that is signed with Kaduna lithium plant is to send the raw material and the processed one straight to Beijing. And that's what America is saying, man, fuck that shit. No, that can't happen. So these things are not hidden anywhere. They are not conspiracy theories. They're the right time. I will not just pay attention enough. So the chairman of that company, McKinney, denies that the funding from Washington influenced the company decision to send supply to the US. See, they tell you to your face, they argue with themselves, which is what propaganda is all about. Who asked them? So they demanded. I mean, it's very telling, it's very obvious now. If the money where you take build the company now may give you, the people who even build the company self now may go give you the expertise. It's very common sense. I say the resources as they come out from that plant should go straight to me first. If you're stupid enough. So even the man sees that this deal is just too unbelievable. It's too good to believe that these monkeys could actually allow this deal to be like 99%, over 1%. So that's what it's about. That's why instead they come, they argue, they put the argument, they want to control the narrative. He denies that the funding from Washington influenced the company decision to send supply to the US. I mean, how can you beat that? This was not the US government who said to the CEO, I could. You please get that to America. It's our decision as a player in the commercial market. Trinity is 5% owned by the Rwandan government, just 5% owned. That takes me to Oba Benin and the Benin people, the Edo people, and the museum where they want commission. People they say, oh, Obasanjo don't spend billions. It's going to be generating billions to the life. Are you stupid? You know what you're talking about. What will be the share of Edo government in that? Just like a Nigerian Dangote. At the beginning, they're saying at 20%, but today they're saying at 7%. So the whole company that is actually responsible for the extracting and the processing of that lithium plant in Rwanda, now only 5% of that is owned by the Rwandan government. An Irish critical mineral investment firm, TechMed, is also a shareholder. They're not going to tell you the percentage where Irish company they invest. There's a reason they will not put it out there. Because it will now be obvious that 5% in a slavery agreement. So the manager still went ahead to keep arguing. He added that while some mining operation in Africa can use untrained workers operating in dangerous conditions, Trinity follows the highest standard. Ah, they will now they go fit say your dirty and sticky hands, go they do the dirty job because you are untrained. They are untrained, or no be say they are not talented or they are naturally not suitable. They are untrained. What does it take to train people? People they say the highest time, people where they carry them go. How did they train those people? So the Africans are too stinking dirty on court to be trained. You know, go blame them because guess what? The leaders have they preferred to send their friends and relatives and children to go and train in those institutions and come back and be the 5% shareholder of those companies rather than having the Rwandese train here in Rwanda so that the competition will be even and it will be beneficiary for the whole community because it will not be monopolized by those in power alone. It's just a common sense. It's a no-brainer. So we have shown that there is a way to produce these materials in a conflict-free, child labor-free way that is professionalized and that's paying taxes and expecting the community and the environment, creating jobs and opportunity. I mean, tell me that's not a straight shot. There's not any explanation. Say we have shown. That's true. They are able to train their people, invested in their environment with all the necessary infrastructures, so children will not be subjected to free labor, rather than they will be in school or playgrounds, just being kids. There's no conflict because everybody's busy at work and factories and what have you in research institutions just focus on do what they're supposed to do. So professional way of living. And by so doing, these people pay back taxes. They respect the community in which they're investing in and the environment. They create jobs opportunity. You can't do that. So why would we allow the finished goods to be manufactured here? Just have to make sure your community is conflict free, no labor, child abuse. Everybody's professionalized so that they are writing all this for a purpose. This is the research their next generation will react on. Somebody they gloss over AI. Because the generation who are alive now are not patient to they come build NGO for your community again, to they come labor you, subject. No. They have to make sure they invent AI. So that waiting they take them 30, 20 years more, spend so much, they work with your stinky face before we just sit down in one place. Under 2 seconds, they get it. They understand how their ancestors used to destroy Benin to make sure Awolowo and the rest, all these things. They just get to it within quick hours of a telegram. That's why Trump thought say we will come blazing. It will be swift, quick, and sweet. That's what it's about, because they don't get time to negotiate with your dirty face again. Nah. It's over. So Sepo Hahombe is an economist, a former executive at banking group FNB in Namibia. She says African nations must be assertive in standing up for their national interests when negotiating with U.S. entities and should expect any favor. I should not expect any favor. You cannot be assertive in your negotiation where your school, when your child is in Harvard. You cannot be assertive in your negotiation when you have a penthouse, your families and your girlfriend, everybody is living some of the most exclusive neighborhood in Florida, in New York, in Dubai. You cannot be assertive in negotiating when the bulletproof truck. I'm not going to do that. The bulletproof truck you are traveling around is made in Germany. We cannot be assertive in your negotiation, knowing that the president jet that is flying around, that don't even know the chips that are controlling everything. You don't even understand how the brain of that machine works. So they will just press once and blow you off air. So we have been compromised. You cannot be assertive in your negotiation whereby even your distance relative and enemy, the company where they work is owned by the foreign organization. You won't be then cut them off there and they will come after you in mass. So to expect the Americans to show up and negotiate and propose clauses that are in African best interest on African behalf would be unrealistic. No, it's not just unrealistic, that's madness. She says, so Africa really needs to prepare itself for this engagement and be really clear on what outcome it wants. Cannot. Mrs. Hemble added that African government should expand away from simple cash for mineral deals. There is an opportunity to look at different framework instead, she says, of course, we need money. We need money to buy goodies, to oppress our neighbors, to oppress our friends, to say that we are more sophisticated, to say that we are more rare, to say that we are more successful. So we go for that instead. You could look at production sharing agreement, joint venture model, local equity participation, ultimately that then create an opportunity for African countries to create maybe a sovereignty wealth fund that can then invest into development area like education, healthcare, and all that. And along the long thing. She also wants to see more processing of minerals and metal done in Africa rather than simply exporting the ore overseas, as this will be more financially lucrative. That's what I was talking about the last time. One U.S. company that is building a critical minerals and metal refinery in Africa is Element Africa, a subsidiary of a U.S. group, American Resource Re-Element. Element Africa is constructing the refinery in South Africa, Gauteng province. It was extremely rewarding to realize that we could partner with countries in Africa to put refinery facilities along the resources in the mining project, so you could actually capture more value, upskill labor, and build an economy around that zone and lay the foundation for further industrial development. Says, this is not a rocket science. Now, no matter what you're supposed to be that. It comes with a lot. So these people, they want me to discuss how I want to impact us, how I want to as if we have a control over that at this point. However, Professor Lee on international economics at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh says U.S. has missed a trick. He urged that Trump's trade tariff on African nations have reduced enthusiasm for this U.S. across the continent at a time when some in sub-Saharan African nations have complained that Chinese investment is not benefiting local population enough. See how now we are arguing it. Even when we are having the conversation we are arguing from a disadvantaged perspective already. Trump put tariff for your trade. What are you supposed to do? You respond like the Chinese responded. You have a leverage. The Chinese have leverage of pretty much monopolizing the processing of rare earths. They hit them back. Trump had to go meet Xi Jinping back there when he was in South Korea. You get lithium. If to say your leaders are not compromised, nobody say you say go up the tariff on lithium, on cobalt, and the rest, but you can't because they've already beaten another one corner. Had the current administration not indiscriminately slapped tariff on large numbers of African countries for no apparent reason, the United States will probably have been in a better position to benefit from Africa disaffection with Chinese projects. Who tell you say they no get apparent reason? The apparent reason that all them are stolen wealth is in their country. That is their reason. They can afford to do anyhow and see if you are going to compromise that and react as you want, as you should. So don't be my problem with these educated people then. Going forward, that's why when we do the damage, say we do it before. What happened? Our grandparents do it before. What did we do? So shame upon us that we say they do it before. So what are we doing? We make excuse, our mate, our friend, our uncle, our daddy, our neighbor. They take advantage of us by with their greed. We are proud of saying it publicly at this point at our age. No, I'm ashamed. We will talk about how South Sudan, maybe South Sudan, and our maybe that's where our Nigeria is. We are a stone throw away from becoming what is happening in Sudan to happen to us. We'll talk about that. The guy. Maybe I go make tea so my voice not dry. Then put a video. We'll come back to it. Oh, my guy don't come back with you. Don't drop a new one. So let's listen to it together.
The difference is not can you rely on us. It was always can we rely. Not can you rely on us. It was always can we rely on you.
Well, let's expand it out a bit as well and talk about the Quad. I mean, AUKUS is sort of only part of the I suppose what you might call the sort of collaboration between powers in the Pacific to counter China in many respects. The Quad has sort of gone up and down, I suppose, in terms of how important it is. It's India, the US, Australia, and Japan. Is it still significant, George?
Surely. Particularly with Japan in it. India is a question mark. Australia is already involved, and the United States. So it's AUKUS without the British, but with the Japanese. And that makes perfect sense because the north end of China is Japan. The southern end of China's access points, if you will, is Australia. And backing it up is the US Navy as a whole. So it's in the interest of Japan, certainly, to have that relationship. It's in the interest of the United States to have a relationship with Japan. It's also an Australian interest. So one of the things the United States wants, it's not simply withdrawing from the world. It wants to reduce its presence in the world by having allies that have significant forces. When we went into Europe after World War II to block a potential Russian-Soviet attack, it became deeply entangled in Europe because of the condition of Europe at that time, and remains entangled. In the Australian case, we remained very close friends and collaborated on intelligence matters, Five Eyes and stuff like that. But as China evolved, Australia became a little more vulnerable. And the United States Navy certainly spread itself for a while to handle this. But then the idea that the Australians are big boys now, and they can do it themselves, emerged. It was a very reasonable thing. Interestingly, the Australians didn't resist it too much. They first made a deal with the French. They then double-crossed the French and made a deal with the Americans.
Classic great power politics, I suppose.
It also has to do with wanting to keep the Americans happy.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, obviously Australia is very important there. Japan as well, as we've talked about. We talked about a bit on the last podcast too, their increasing importance and how they're sort of stepping back into developing their military. India, though, India feels a bit like it's been thrown under the bus by Donald Trump recently. What's their role in the Quad?
Its role in the Quad initially was that it was hostile to the Chinese. The Chinese and the Indians had on their borders some very severe fights. The Chinese were supporting a mortal enemy of India, Pakistan, giving it heavy weapons. So when we look at that question, what were we doing there? We were trying to build a multilateral force that would be a threat not to Chinese mainland, but any force that emerged from China. Given the fact that India became unreliable from the American standpoint because of their relationship with the Russians and Russian oil, the Indians obviously don't feel very comfortable in their role in Quad, even though they still don't have a great relationship with China. They are better relationships. So as the alliance systems in the region change, Quad changes. What won't change is basically AUKUS. These are fundamental relationships. The United States depends on Australia as the southern link of its contain China policy. The British are our allies everywhere and participating to the extent they can. But Australia is very important. And to me, the most important relationship that's going to evolve in the Pacific is going to be Australia and Japan, the northern point and the southern point. And we see that almost every day evolving, that relationship, both economically and militarily.
And Australia's bought a number of Japanese, I think they're frigates or other type of naval vessels as well. There's a lot of cooperation going on between them in terms of training and even intelligence sharing potentially as well, I think. So that is, as you say, George, really interesting to follow. Obviously, Australia and Japan, in this sense, aren't really going to change their tune. They are in the region in that sense. They are involved. But let me ask you, a number of people in Australia as well, in Japan too, even South Korea, they've been asking questions as Trump in the US seeks to disengage a bit more from the world. The questions have been raised by many people of, is the US still a reliable ally in this sense? In particular for South Korea, they've been saying, well, look, we are somewhat dependent on the American nuclear umbrella, particularly because North Korea now has that has nuclear weapons. Are the US still reliable in this sense?
They're reliable because it's in the American interest to have a line of nations that can help us keep them out of the deep Pacific. Obviously, we don't want to see the Chinese fleets, even if they can't land in California, steaming up and down the coast. That's a distant future. The difference is not, can you rely on us? It was always, can we rely on you? Can we rely on the Japanese, for example, to take their massive economy and devote it to their own defense, so that we're not the only ones worrying about Taiwan? Can we count on the Australians to spend the money, they're a fairly well-to-do nation, in protecting their own sea lanes? So the questions that are posed, can the United States be relied on, should be reversed. In the past 80 years, could these countries be relied on? They could be relied on by the United States, because it was in the United States to do so. But ultimately, the idea that the United States has a moral obligation to be reliable to all these countries, it will be reliable because it's in their interest, but these countries have the ability, 80 years after World War II, having built massive economies and everything like that, to defend themselves, to contribute to it. So where the world asks, is the United States reliable? America asks, when will you guys become reliable? And that's the other question. So one of the things that Trump has done, he's not broken the relationship with Australia by any means. He's not broken the relationship with Japan or South Korea. But he's looking at their economic development and saying, okay, you're no longer solely dependent on the United States. Will we come to your aid? Yes, because it's in our interest. Because if Japan fell to China, unlikely event, South Korea fell, Australia fell, our control of the Pacific would be endangered, and so on. So the real issue here is nations that assumed that the Americans had a moral obligation to defend them while they enjoyed their healthy economies has been changed, moderated. Can we be relied? Yes, because it's in our interest. And that's what drives nations' interests.
For the full episode and much more, go to geopoliticalfutures.com/podcast.
Joining us now is Ojinika Jinix Okwe, the Empress of Umukwata.
Good morning, Rufai. How are you? Rufi on fire. How's it going? Ayo?
Hello, Oji. How are you?
I'm
Good
doing
morning.
Excellent today.
I love
Do you know why? My favorite girl. Yes, I'll tell you why. Well, before we begin, what's trending?
All this gossip.
We'd like to celebrate our favorite international correspondent, Adefemi Akinsoya, on the occasion of her 35th birthday. Adefemi has built an impressive career reporting from the front lines of Russia's invasion of Ukraine to covering U.S. presidential elections and the World Economic Forum in Davos. She's a 2023 fellow at the prestigious Nieman Foundation for Journalism at Harvard University and holds a BA in International Politics from King's College London. Her incisive interviews with prominent world leaders have earned her recognition as one of Nigeria's most accomplished international correspondents.
This government particularly is intellectually challenged. This government is intellectually bankrupt. This president, like I said, with his team, are committed only to coming to power again in 2027. That is why their mindset is take the parties out of the way. Destroy PDP if we can.
How this Grandmaria, I'm not listening to this man with the street. This hustler.
You say they are all here.
We are here.
Where are they? I can't see the two former vice presidents, the former president and the former vice president. I can't see him. I can't see them. I can't see my former colleague P2B.
He's represented.
So how do we fight for the reform we're asking for? Will it be easy if everybody is not participating? I have spoken before. I spoke yesterday on this issue. I don't know what new thing I will add. The only thing I will add to this will be that you are the citizens. Citizens' participation will stop those who don't want reform. Will government give you reform? No, government will give you reform. Don't wait for NLC. There's no NLC. I hear their members are somewhere here. There is no ASU. There is no NAS. I was a student leader in the 1980s. In the 1980s, there is no student action without NLC. There is no student action without ASU. We usually meet either in Benin, Kano, Kaduna, Rivers State. We go around. Now, if you call NLC for any action, that's when they will know that from north or from south or from east or from west. It's not going to be easy. And please stop electing people and going to complain after. If you want to elect people you can hold accountable for. The problem with Nigeria is lack of accountability. Somebody can come here and shoot you and nothing will happen. Absolutely nothing will happen. The person won't even be hiding, they will know the person and nothing will happen. It's not the country, it's not that we lack law. What we lack is the rule of law. There are laws, National Assembly, State Assemblies, everybody's passed laws here and there, but nothing is happening. So I will repeat exactly what I said yesterday. If you are waiting for government to make any reform, you are wasting your... Before election, there must be resistance to those who don't want proper election. If you do it after election, you're also wasting your time. We must agree as a people that we must resist just very few Nigerians who are just enriching themselves. They are politicians, they are contractors. You can't be a politician and a contractor. You have to choose one. You can't be the two. So I said Nigerians are hungry. If they are not hungry, I'm hungry. Some people are abusing me. Look at this man, you have been in office for how many years? He says Speaker, Minister, Governor. Okay, they expect me to go and steal. No problem, that's not an issue. But whether I'm hungry or not, are Nigerians not hungry? So why are those few people who are supporting the government saying they are not hungry? They are not hungry because they are joining in the stealing. The stealing is beyond what we fought for. So if you continue the way we are going, in the next 3-4 years, we'll gather here again. I gave an example in the last yesterday's session. I said when we were in government, Buhari swore that he will want legacy he will leave behind is electoral reform, that he will ensure that his government will make sure that votes counted. When the National Assembly brought the bill, some politicians went to him, pushed him beyond his beyond measure, not to sign that law. And he did not sign the law. So there were no electoral reforms. Today, those politicians are on the other side. They are not asking for electoral reform. So the same thing, if tomorrow President Tinubu and his people are defeated in election in 2027 by the action of the citizens come out and hold them responsible the way they were held in Lagos. After, when the new government is sworn in, they will go across and they'll be shouting for what? Electoral reform. So most Nigerians who speak about this electoral reform is dependent on where their stomach is facing. If their stomach is facing the wrong place, they will want electoral reform. If they are chopping, they will tell you that they were taught in primary school that it is wrong to eat and chop and do what? And talk. So I wish you well. I've told you, this gathering will not be enough. Talking whatever they want to say here is...
Blessing, which video did they talk? Which video did they talk, Blessing? And the way for you, Blessing. Which video you want to play again? Oh, you are talking about George Friedman. Friedman, my guy.
The difference is not can you rely on us? It was always can we rely on you?
Well, let's expand it out a bit as well and talk about the Quad. I mean, AUKUS is sort of only part of the I suppose what you might call the sort of collaboration between powers in the Pacific to counter China in many respects. The Quad has sort of gone up and down, I suppose, in terms of how important it is. It's India, the US, Australia, and Japan. Is it still significant, George?
Surely. Particularly with Japan in it. India is a question mark. Australia is already involved, and the United States. So it's AUKUS without the British, but with the Japanese. And that makes perfect sense because the north end of China is Japan. The southern end of China's access points, if you will, is Australia. And backing it up is the US Navy as a whole. So it's in the interest of Japan, certainly, to have that relationship. It's in the interest of the United States to have a relationship with Japan. It's also an Australian interest. So one of the things the United States wants, it's not simply withdrawing from the world. It wants to reduce its presence in the world by having allies that have significant forces. When we went into Europe after World War II to block a potential Russian-Soviet attack, it became deeply entangled in Europe because of the condition of Europe at that time, and remains entangled. In the Australian case, we remained very close friends and collaborated on intelligence matters, Five Eyes and stuff like that. But as China evolved, Australia became a little more vulnerable. And the United States Navy certainly spread itself for a while to handle this. But then the idea that the Australians are big boys now, they can do it themselves, emerged. It was a very reasonable thing. Interestingly, the Australians didn't resist it too much. They first made a deal with the French. They then double-crossed the French and made a deal with the Americans.
Classic great power politics, I suppose.
It also has to do with wanting to keep the Americans happy.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, obviously Australia is very important there. Japan as well, as we've talked about. We talked about a bit on the last podcast too, their increasing importance and how they're sort of stepping back into developing their military. India, though, India feels a bit like it's been thrown under the bus by Donald Trump recently. What's their role in the Quad?
Its role in the Quad initially was that it was hostile to the Chinese. The Chinese and the Indians had on their borders some very severe fights. The Chinese were supporting a mortal enemy of India, Pakistan, giving it heavy weapons. So when we look at that question, what were we doing there? We were trying to build a multilateral force that would be a threat not to Chinese mainland, but any force that emerged from China. Given the fact that India became unreliable from the American standpoint because of their relationship with the Russians and Russian oil, the Indians obviously don't feel very comfortable in their role in Quad, even though they still don't have a great relationship with China. They are better relationships. So as the alliance systems in the region change, Quad changes. What won't change is basically AUKUS. These are fundamental relationships. The United States depends on Australia as the southern link of its contain China policy. The British are our allies everywhere and participating to the extent they can. But Australia is very important. And to me, the most important relationship that's going to evolve in the Pacific is going to be Australia and Japan, the northern point and the southern point. And we see that almost every day evolving, that relationship, both economically and militarily.
And Australia's bought a number of Japanese, I think they're frigates or other type of naval vessels as well. There's a lot of cooperation going on between them in terms of training and even intelligence sharing potentially as well, I think. So, that's, as you say, George, really interesting to follow. I mean, obviously, Australia and Japan, in this sense, aren't really going to change their tune. They are in the region in that sense. They are involved. But let me ask you, a number of people in Australia as well, in Japan too, even South Korea, they've been asking questions as Trump in the US seeks to disengage a bit more from the world. The questions have been raised by many people of, is the US still a reliable ally in this sense? In particular for South Korea, they've been saying, well, look, we are somewhat dependent on the American nuclear umbrella, particularly because North Korea now has has nuclear weapons. Are the US still reliable in this sense?
They're reliable because it's in the American interest to have a line of nations that can help us keep them out of the deep Pacific. Obviously, we don't want to see the Chinese fleets, even if they can't land in California, steaming up and down the coast. That's a distant future. The difference is not, can you rely on us? It was always, can we rely on you? Can we rely on the Japanese, for example, to take their massive economy and devote it to their own defense so that we're not the only ones worrying about Taiwan? Can we count on the Australians to spend the money, they're a fairly well-to-do nation, in protecting their own sea lanes? So the questions that are posed, can the United States be relied on, should be reversed. In the past 80 years, could these countries be relied on? They could be relied on by the United States, which was in the United States to do so. But ultimately, the idea that the United States has a moral obligation to be reliable to all these countries, it will be reliable because it's in their interest, but these countries have the ability, 80 years after World War II, having built massive economies and everything like that, to defend themselves, to contribute to it. So where the world asks, is the United States reliable? America asks, when will you guys become reliable? And that's the other question. So one of the things that Trump has done, he's not broken the relationship with Australia by any means. He's not broken the relationship with Japan or South Korea. But he's looking at their economic development and saying, okay, you're no longer solely dependent on the United States. Will we come to your aid? Yes, because it's in our interest. Because if Japan fell to China, unlikely event, South Korea fell, Australia fell, our control of the Pacific would be endangered, and so on. So the real issue here is nations that assume that the Americans had a moral obligation to defend them while they enjoyed their healthy economies has been changed, moderated. Can we be relied? Yes, because it's in our interest. And that's what drives nations' interests.
Blessed. You see, make I see if you get the, make I put you ahead. May scale you. May I scale your others? Make I put you, might give you a heads up. Now, if you pay attention where he said, since after World War II, these countries have built massive economy. So when they ask can we rely on America? America said, when are you going to rely on yourself? So what the United States is doing is pretty much the same model to what they do before Second World War, but in a different way because of the new technology. The new technology that will power the next pretty much civilization, the green economy, which again, at the cross of it is what? lithium, cobalt, and all, because that's what power the next AI, power the next automatic machine, power the biotechnology. Because at the end of the day, it's going to what we call the age of singularity. That's a that's a different angle entirely, but I'll get there. So blessed. So leading to World War II, the America discover a secret. Again, talking about how Pentagon is responsible for all the innovation, the research, and all that. They discover what they had, what the Pentagon was able to research, and that would power the economy that we just left behind, right? Because from World War II was pretty much at the hybrid of industrialization, right? Where machine became faster. We have our private flight, the connectivity, because so all that amounts to what the fund that we have today. The weapon that the Americans used to win the Second World War, the secret that they had to not dominate the economies of the world was what now be this singular thing. The internet was invented at that time. The camera was invented at that time. The internet was to transfer seamless communication among the military men during the World War, rather than carrying paper and all that. That's what the internet is about. The camera was that the primary aim of camera was to, instead of having people on ground, or you have to have something on ground to know what is going on, where soldier they move, you can actually now, with your camera within this corner, you can actually sight your enemy, your troop on the ground and all that. If you follow the trend today, the Palantir, they tell you there's this guy that invented the military helmet. That once they wear them, even their soldier, the other side of any building or any rock that you see them, that you see through anything. That's one secret that they have now that is coming. That now helmet, we just wear as a military helmet. You will see through a tree, you see through a stone, you see through a house. So you see your enemy as they move, as they hide. So you know if you hide again. That's a different word. Now, what am I trying to say? When this man is saying that Americans are challenging their island, where can you be reliable? Of course, it is because what will power the next weapon, the next evolution of warfare, they have it now as a secret. AI is part of it and all that. Chinese get out, right? But there are some hidden technology right now that is at play that nobody knows, that will eventually put them at the end of the world again if they finally suppress China. Because what they are trying to do is they are trying to make sure the majority of the world use their next technology instead of using Chinese own. That's just at the basic point of it. There are two technology emerging. With the world is either going to be split between those two, 50-50 or whatever, but somebody has to win. At the end of the day, in the next 5 to 10 years, we're not going to use phone again. This phone as we have it, just like you're not going to carry phone landline, we'll not be using this. There's a divide that is coming that you're not going to get bought, you're not going to get anything. I can't tell you the size, but all you need to do is just tell her anything you want or anything you want to do. Just like AI and ChatGPT, whatever you want. If as me and you did now, right? I don't need to maybe sit in front of computer self to do this program, right? I feel just walk out for road. I will just tell whatever the device is to go online, right? You go know yourself. If you just put them for your pockets, right? If you just put them for your pocket or somewhere, but there's a way that I don't know, but there's something that is coming that we have no clue. Just as I use that helmet as an example, that you can see through anything. So why they are saying every country should empower themselves and whatever, then, because at the end of the day, your military will not be, your military equipment, your factory, your cars, your whatever that we are using today will not be up to date until you connect to their technology. You see where the money comes from? Just as it is now, the whole world is using Google, except China. See that power way be? Facebook, China no really allow Facebook. They develop their own. Mark Zuckerberg is one of the most powerful human beings alive. People don't know. Only him alone has a platform that at least 2 point something billion people they converge every day. It never happened. China is 1.3 billion people. India is 1.3 billion people, 1.4 billion people. The whole Catholic Church, I think they never reached 2 billion. But Mark Zuckerberg has what it takes to hold over 2 billion people at the same time. Just imagine what that is. That's God-like power. So this is what the next technology is about. It's about grabbing your attention. They always talk and say, during our forefathers, they needed our muscle. They ship us a muscle to go and work in the field. Our time, they don't need our muscle again. Machine can do that. They just need they need you to be repetitive, right? To be able to go with the machine in the factories, to be able to teach people, to be able to perform cure diseases in the modern way. That's what they train us for. They educated us for. Now they don't need us that they came. We are not as assertive, as fast, as accurate as the next generation of technology, which is the AI and the rest. By the time they don't match your brain with artificial, with the biotechnology, you are man like a machine, just like Shana Predictor with that movie. So blessed. I don't know how old you are, but your grandchildren, your concern for your grandchildren will not be which school will you send them to. Is it Harvard? Is it London School of Economics? Is it Unilag? No. You'll be worried if your child can compete with your neighbor who his brain is pretty much attached to it's pretty much biotechnology, half robot, half organic. They process information and data just like AI. That would be your grandchildren competitor, not be how much money you get to send person go the best school. That's over. That has been defeated. If you remember, this so-called Ivory League were exclusively for the royals before, the ayers and mountains of the society. Now then they feel afford to go Ivory League. That's why in there's go see if up to like 1950, 60, go see black people for advert for all those years. No, you won't. But the Second World War opened it up to them because it's okay. They don't know the next secret. So now they open those secret up now. That's why when people say they come here, they say I be prophet, I'm a specialist of this. Bros, no matter what you know, once I have fun, you ain't shit. That's just your point. So now they don't democratize that. Now everybody have access to knowledge, education as you want it. But how fast can you deliver what you just learned is what matters now. Just like it's not about what you know or what you do. Now, it's not just about what you do now, but how fast can you do it? Elon Musk is talking about in the next 6 months to 1 year, their factory should be able to chunk out a full car under 2 seconds. In China right now, I think it's 10 seconds per vehicle. Complete vehicle will be put together from 0 to under 10 seconds. That's like you say, bold record. Elon Musk is talking about under 2 seconds. So it's no longer about what you can do, but how fast can you do it? So those people who are so America don't lose out for the industries and will get their factory back. Don't worry. The future factory is not going to be the way you know it, where people could just did it. That's why I was saying there on Dr. Dameji that we will get factory for Nigeria. Instead of having 1,000 people working in that factory, we just have a dog and one human being. Every other thing is automated. That's the future that is awaits our next generation. Why would they argue foolishly? So the man is saying that, yes, you don't build the economy, not build your military so that you don't go rely on again Allah. You will still rely on them because the chip, the semiconductor chip, the roboticness, the air, whatever that will make those machines, because all these machine with all this war machine where they get now, it will become artifacts in the next 10 years. You go pay to go see all those aircraft carrier where they on top sea, where they see them as museum. That's why when Trump say, I will come swift, blazing, quick and sweet. They'll come, they on top helicopter, people they turn down, people they no. Now zoom, they are gone. So they are going to another level. So that's what the man is. That's what this American phase of next level is all about. We are going to make sure that's why Donald Trump movement is about nationalism. This idea where Africa will get Western what is it they call them? West African Union, UA Union, European Union. I don't talk on for a year before, since last year. Europe is dead. Within the next 2 years, I guarantee you it will not be like European Union. British don't go already. Germany go feel good, so everybody will go on because that is how you will negotiate. Because if you look at the frustration of the guys from Silicon Valley right now, is that the European Union are leveraging on their market because they have lost out of the next generation of technology, the AI, and they've lost out on all that. So they are now leveraging on their market. Europe Union as a market is huge. So they are leveraging on that to tighten out their laws before AI go fit operate for in our territory. This has to be done. Before Elon Musk go, people even put in a Starlink, and this has to be. So you see now the systematic dismantling of that market to be individual, so that they go fit deal with them. Una fit assemble later, but at this point, we need to have foothold in every nation. So Brexit succeeded. Very soon you will see other countries they part. The whole European Union will fall. I'm not talking about NATO. The European Union will fall. America will deal with them individually again before they will now converge to be the next war. So that's what's happening to us too. It's all about market. They are trying to create market for their new invention. That's another simple way to see it. So that's what George Freeman was about. In right book, if you never go read The Storm, he has talked about all this thing that is happening from the camp before the storm. The don't write book now, it's in print. So he goes soon put them out. I'm waiting for that. Maybe we'll know, we have a clue about, because it's going to be about the next 100 years. So we'll have a clue where we are headed, if they will succeed and how fast and how soon. Blessed, I don't know if I am able to shoot you to the future. So that's what that was about. Just tell you where all this thing is going. Now, if you really want to be far ahead of this whole madness, Elon Musk's biotechnological, because everybody focus on X, Tesla, and all that. That's just by the side for Elon Musk. Now that Neuralink, that's where Elon Musk is dangerous. If you want to see him from that perspective, right? Going to the moon, going to whatever, that's not distraction. That's not distraction. Tesla, to some extent, is distraction because electric vehicle will be today. Now, XAI, that's a different conversation. That one actually, they just want to control again. Their history is being rewritten in our own. We don't need to rewrite history. So AIX and all that plays into that. But the main focus, the main thing is the Neuralink. You convert people with machine. And they are far. If you call them transhumanism, you are not far from it. They are far, far ahead of it. That's why among all the insults, everything people they criticize Elon Musk for, nobody they even go that route that well. Why? Because that's the next thing. That one will extend life. That's not it's above the poor man way of seeing things now. I think that's why they see him now. You go read about The Singularity is Nearer by Ray Kuzman. That will put you far ahead of all this madness. Techno-feudalism is one thing. How our government will turn to technocracy. Read this book by Yanis Varoufakis. But the singularity is nearer. Let me see. That's a Ray Kuzman right there. Yep. If you want to be 50 years ahead of this madness, all these things now, I don't read the pattern for a few years now. Everything where they happen now. So if you want to be 50 years ahead of the conversation, this is where the world is headed. If they succeed, the singularity is nearer when we merge with AI. By recruitment. That's this thing we you could just laugh. Once you don't read this, you could laugh in terms of all these things where they happen. Because this is it. This is really where they are headed. But to get to this singularity, they need to get to AGI. AGI is still far-fetched, where the machine fitting for themselves. But that's a different thing. In this entire new book, let me give a brief read about Ray Kuzman's 1999 prediction: the AI will reach human level intelligence by 2029. Examining the wait a minute. One of us. Wait. I don't know what I was doing. No rest. The Singularity is Nearer is the book right here. So if you want to be 50 years at least ahead of the conversation, this is the book to read. The singularity is nearer when we merge with AI. Kurzweil, as a Kuzma, as a name. You understand where this whole race is going. In his 1999 prediction that AI will reach human level intelligence by 2029. So what, 40 years, his prediction. And examine the exponential growth of technology that in the near future will expand human intelligence in a millionfold and change human life forever. Among the topics he discussed are rebuilding the world atom by atom with devices like Anabolt's radical life extension, which is the biotech that I was talking about. This Anabolt, that's what the media is focusing on Elon Musk, right? But the real one is the radical life extension beyond the current age limits of 120, reinventing intelligence by connecting our brain to the cloud. Neuralink, right? How exponential technology are propelling innovation toward all industry and improving aspects of our well-being, such as declining poverty and violence, and the growth of renewable energy and 3D printing. He also considered the potential peril of biotechnology, nanotechnology and artificial intelligence, including such topic of current controversy as how AI will impact employment and the safety of autonomous cars, and afterlife technology, which aims to virtual revive deceased individual through a combination of their data and DNA. So we will be online every day, especially so in the next 100 years, right? If my great grandchildren, if I get them, if they want to know what I think about any issue that is happening at that time, they will just tap into AI that will give them, they will just scan through everything what I'm talking about for the past 5 years or so that has been online. They will just give you, and they will generate image of me like this. They actually explain, use the data, waiting I don't they talk before they think, but the way I think, the way I process things, they will use that actually give it exact know how I think in the next 100 years. So virtually becoming immortal. That's what it means. The combination of 6 decades of research and intelligence, the singularity is nearer is a real well growing contributions to the story of the science and the innovation of its come. So when you read that book, you get then now the David Ase that's of power and progress, I think. Yes. Now, if you want to know the importance of the why one has to lead, why your technology, why you being the founder and developer of technology, the enormous power you get, just saying that technology that you get them. Because the West lost control over China because they don't infiltrate them again. They have their own digital. They are not using anything that necessarily can condition the minds of the people like it was. They know a large good search engine. They have their own search engine. They get their own social media. They go their own technology that they do their delivering based. Also, they have their own built from scratch. So you know if you do anything. That's where inspire my anger last this couple of days too. So power and progress, we tell you how important it is. The enormous power you get when you are the master, you are among the masters of humankind. You contribute to the factors of production, pretty much. See, our thousands years struggle over technology and prosperity. I think CM was talking about the other book, how Why Nation Fail. Now the same author. Daron. The same author write this book. Say through history, technological change, whether it takes the form of agricultural improvements in the Middle Age, the Industrial Revolution, or today artificial intelligence, has been viewed as a main driver of prosperity, working in the public interest. The reality, though, is that technology is shaped by what powerful people want and believe, generating riches, social respect, cultural prominence, and further political voice for those already powerful. For instance, for most of the rest of us, there is the illusion of progress. That's why Elon Musk said, yes, we understand there are problems in the world. There are millions of problems to solve, but life should not just be about solving problems. We should wake up and feel inspired to create new things, to write the next chapter, how they will develop things, right? That was Elon Musk. He's making case for going to Mars. So not only then they actually they dream of progress because the rest of us now we are in illusion. Darren and Simon Johnson debunk modern techno optimism through a dozen original accounts of how technological choice have changed the course of history, from vivid stories of how the economic surplus of the Middle Ages was appropriated by an let's see, this is an elite way of classifying yourself. Pretty much appropriated by an elite to build cathedral while the peasants serve. Just like Adeboye building, where they build cathedrals of 100,000 capacity. Now for him and his family and his friends, anyway, to the making of vast fortune from the digital technology today, as millions are pushed towards poverty, right? That's my underside of my argument. By the time una close, fantasize over this, what this technology is bringing, the future is bringing. How many people? You push millions of people again more into poverty. Anyway, as millions are pushed towards poverty, we see how the parts of technology is determined and who influence its trajectory. See why the fight is on between China and America. Somebody has to define where the world goes. To achieve the true potential of innovation, we need to ensure technology is creating new jobs and opportunity rather than marginalizing most people. Through automated work and political passivity, we need to use the tremendous digital advance of the last half century to create useful and empowering tools and seize back control from a small elite of obrics, messianic tech leaders pursuing their own interests. With their breakthrough economics literature, theories, and manifesto for building a better society, Now, to also appreciate what this particular point they are making here, which is to achieve the true potential of innovation, we need to ensure technology is creating new jobs and opportunity rather than marginalizing most people. Through automated workplace and political passivity, we need to use the tremendous digital advance of the last half century to create useful and empowering tools and seize back control from a small elite of rubrics, messianic tech leaders pursuing their own interests. Now, to understand, really appreciate what that point, what they meant in that place, read this. There's one book you need to read. Techno-feudalism is the book. To appreciate that, you need this shit right here. Techno-feudalism. What killed capitalism? To understand the argument they are trying to have under the AI and now I think I speak the truth. Now I come ask. Did we ever discuss about the danger, what it can be used against us? No, they didn't talk about that. So if you read from this, you will get the picture. Big tech has replaced capitalism. Twin pillars, market and profits, with the platform and rent, with very sleek and straw, with labor like self to increase its power. So, to understand where the real danger is and the future of who is going to control us, whether now Muslim leaders, Christian leaders, or soldier or not soldier, that's by the case, that's by the way. It doesn't matter. Technology will govern us. That's what this is about. Technology will govern us. we will take our laws and this thing from digital platform. Anyway, let's say perhaps we were too distracted by the pandemic or the endless financial crisis or the risks of TikTok. But under cover of them all, a new and more exploitative system has been taken forward. Insane sum of money that we are supposed to refloat our economies after the crash of 2008 went to big tech instead, and to Barack Obama, the architect of it all. Which, even though I say we're going to talk about president, but that to say that during his regime, things started moving in mass. It started accelerating things into that singularity, age of singularity. They take power away from factory people, give them to back, digitalize everything. They funded the construction of their private cloud freedom and privatize the internet. Now let them feel invest for all this. That's why when we talk about capitalism, no, they take this, the money that the Barack Obama regime gave these people, they invested it heavily on platforms, Facebook, and the rest of them begin to spring up. All right? Techno-feudalism says Yanis is the new power that is reshaping our life and the world, and is the greatest current threat to the liberal individual, to our efforts to avert climate catastrophe, and to democracy, democracy itself. It also lies behind the new geopolitical tension, especially the new Cold War between the United States and China. Does that ring a bell? They are in Nigeria now, so I don't need to go further. Drawing on stories from Greek myths to pop culture, from Homer to Madman, Varoufakis explained this revolution, transformation, how it enslaved our mind and how it rewrites the rules of global power, and ultimately what it takes to overthrow it. I remember during the pandemic, 2010, 20, I tweeted about technocracy and I was banned for 30 days on YouTube for using that word. Today, it's our reality. So most of these things have been documented. So when some of us they thought they say it would be conspiracy theories, no, it's because we are just more, they don't do more diligence. We spend more time and resources to dig down the hole, to pay attention to the signals rather than the noise. So the world has changed before our very eye, and we are here shouting hallelujah, Allah Akbar. We is finished. Okay, I don't have to talk. Make I play video for now. One of my favorite platform this, and this guess we didn't get, but I don't know where. Maybe I dare YouTube. My YouTube no. May YouTube no go strike me. Fuck it.
Both in terms of price and quality. He could unleash them on big tech. There's a big remedy case coming up in.
Fantastic. I will have those as
Come on now.
Diversify the agricultural space, diversify the medical insurance.
They don't go far away, so.
As a pinned comment. And
Oh. Oh, I said I would talk about Sudan. But I don't think um
for that list. Not only that, but change the rules and empower the vaccine.
this will give one more.
In Virginia and New Jersey and city council. And city council office in New York City. They're also
too many things have happened in the recent period that suggests to me, and I'm sure to other Nigerians as well, that it really is time for us to talk. And I mean real talk. The last few days have shown just how delicate and fragile our unity as a people are. The fact that we exist as a country of Muslims and Christians and people who are not either. We have many ethnic groups, we have regional issues, we have local issues. On its own is not a problem. But events that have occurred since President Trump's threats and the debates and the arguments that have followed them indicate clearly there are fault lines that we have to revisit. It is not comforting as a country to keep sweeping problems that we have under the table, under the carpet. And when you put this development along with concerns about our political process, the existence of insecurity and the absence of what appears to be a sense of emergency adopted by the leadership to address what is secure, what is security and what needs to be done to improve our security. And finally, the clamor that is coming up, the opportunistic tendencies, the need to restructure the country, to revisit our federal system, to do those things that will improve the unity of this country. When you put all these things together at the same time, and you remember that in the next 1 year, this country will be preparing to elect a new leadership, I think that it is time to have the courage enough to say, we Nigerians need to talk. We need to talk about ourselves, we need to talk about our country, we need to talk about our future, and we need to put those difficult questions on the table and talk about them. Clearly, starting with the recent quarrels and arguments we had and we still have about whether it is the appropriate thing for the U.S. to threaten Nigerians with U.S. sanctions and even threats of military activity, and the very discomforting divisions that have arisen as a result of that suggest to us that religion represents a potent and a very delicate, sensitive fault line that we have to look at very carefully again. We cannot change the fact that we're Muslims and Christians. We cannot change the fact that each faith guards its territory very, very carefully. And we can't fault the argument that there are forces and interests that are interested in deepening this divide because it benefits them. What this does is that it makes all of us victims, Christians, Muslims, and people who are not Christians and Muslims. If the US has succeeded in doing anything, it is just simply to remind us about how fragile our unity is and what it takes to just simply throw us into panic mode and to open up arguments about who we are and who is oppressing who and who is killing who and how many Muslims are dying, how many Christians are dying. The bottom line is all of us are dying, and it doesn't matter who is killing us. What is important is that we want these killings to stop. We need to create some national consensus around this. Blame those who need to be blamed. Blame the killers, whatever they are, whoever they are. And then blame a leadership that has been unable to fix these killings. It is enough. We're tired of fighting. We're tired of running away. And we're tired of quarreling over who's killing who. Every single life is important, and we need to stop it. It is appropriate that Nigerians should show concern over the trend of our political process. We now have one political party that has virtual monopoly over the National Assembly, a huge influence over the electoral process, a huge process over the judicial process, and an opposition that is increasingly weakening itself and is being weakened by the ruling party. This is not good for our democratic process. Granted, there is no law that says governors and other people should not defect unless somebody goes to court and trusts and asks that the judicial process interrogates what gives politicians the confidence to just simply wake up in the morning as PDP or whatever, and then the next in the evening of the same day they are now APC. We need to look at that very carefully.
Blessed.
Well, hello, good evening, and welcome to the program. This is Daily Politics on Trust TV. I'm Abdullahi Ahmed. Thank you most kindly for joining us. Tonight, tensions are rising between Nigeria's two major religious bodies after the Trump administration's
What Donald Trump said, I will also disclose myself fully. I'm pro-America. So, for anything I will say.
God, what an audacity. See all these people. Those people, and even I they won't negotiate for that. Oh my God. Listen. See your uncle. I didn't expect that, I swear. I didn't see that coming. God damn. Holy shit. Ooh. Oh God, God. Who knows like this? It don't go better for their generation to come. Come on, boy. Guy, this one weak me, man. You weak me. You weak me. Hi. What do I want to talk? I don't know now. We elect Americans to negotiate with Americans on our behalf. Boy. Before they agree, give Okojo Iweala director, being a chairman of that thing, she has to accept American citizenship first. guy, man. Some people go see call they argue nonsense. This is your right and fast senator. It not to say me Biafra, no. If they say me Biafra first now, I'll go understand. You guys say, come, I'm an American first. He has to clear that so that they don't go visit the house for Florida. They will pay and visit. They will pay and visit for Florida before you know. He go join Wole Soyinka begin explain. He go begin. If to say they don't collect the Wole Soyinka visa for no know say IRA visitor. Come over. Can't see una leaders. Blessed. Oh my God. Oh, I will pray for una. Because at this point, I don't come on myself. I am a citizen of Ososo. First and foremost. Gosh. Oh my God. He talk out with pride.
See, what Donald Trump said, I will also disclose myself fully. I'm pro-America. So for anything I will say, know that it will be pro-America. Did what Donald Trump say, is he a lie? The answer is yes. It's not a lie because Donald Trump said the truth. Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Christians
Like
or
this is a
Muslims.
fucking
Are they
sitting
not being killed? If
senator,
they
a minority leader saying that whatever he's going to say is be pro-American, and that the people who want to negotiate for us with this. You see, say, bless you see why they smoke Igbo? Eh? You see why they support my governor? You see? It's this simple, it's very obvious. Some people will consider they speak grammar to me. How AI good, how AI no good. The guy talk and say, I will be pro. He don't tell you. Not tell you and say, come. China don't stand a chance. The only person we know understand why we speak English. Now go they say TZ China stand a chance in having a shot. The people know understand why we speak English. We are all raised. Anybody with them born after 60, after independence. We are products of America. We are the American protectorate. We were born in America, a colony. Just like if you go back to those who were born in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, they will tell you say they are British. I was born in Jigawa under British protectorate. I was born in Lagos under British protectorate. That's who we are. That's why they laugh. They laugh people when they think say any other person has a chance in Nigerian space. That person, economically, the person don't know what's in the talk. The person don't understand what's in the talk. We are Americans. And just because we know understand, now we know if we make our case. If we understand our situation, you could know say we be Americans, like from birth. Once we were born after independence, we were born under American colony. And it is a one China go come because in they grow enter where? No know where we grow rich. Our people say person wey plow okra no dey grow pass am. If you grow pass am, you cut am. Now then grow China economy. So they will tell you where the limit should be. But see, people still don't get it. One stupid guy say, why? I don't know where these people hate America. For like, I no sabi understand how people they see things. It doesn't matter how they do them, how compromise. See, they don't they take side. Well, now, blessed. Another way to see to actually analyze what Kalu mean here. It's not necessarily that he's sending a message, because the other side of the country, the northern side of the country, their allegiance now to Saudi Arabia, to UAE, to the China. So them say get their allegiance. So what you are seeing, I talked before, say pay attention to the elite, what they say. Everybody now is coming out. Oh, how they tell her. It's not, they are not necessarily, it's not saying they talk to the American. No, it's not talking to White House to say, no. That one, people will give us citizens, they don't know. That's not it's not speaking to them. It's speaking to the Chinese, those who are in favor of the Chinese angle of this debate. Say, come. I know they neutral. I know they with Chinese. I be American, mokuna know. If una dey hide una own, that's not a problem. So it's coming out from it as in, and now this kind of person, I swear to God, this is not the guy we're supposed to run. Now he's supposed to be position. Because this is a guy that will come out and say, come, I be Igbo candidate. I am a Catholic. Therefore, I cannot deny my religion. I am a Christian candidate. Make egg roll. Nothing will happen. I said this before. Obi for come out and say, yes, I be Igbo candidate. Nothing will happen. We can only grumble. You move on. Just like when, that's exactly what Tinubu did. Tinubu come out and say, Emilio Konawa turn. That's not your problem now from there on. Go there, argue. Go verse. Do whatever you want. I don't talk out. Let air roll. Trump come out and say, make America great again. That's not your problem. Make you go the interpret them as you fucking want. He doesn't give a fuck. So when at the talk say Pantami is the only viable candidate right now from the north going to 2031. Already, when I don't talk say the guy a terrorist sympathizer, but I don't think he's going to shy away from that fate. I will split the country into two. That's what will be fair to do. Be the eye. And the army. I mean, people say, no, come on, man. Just read the room, read the words. It's a time of words. Leaders now, no be. You have to grab it, and the world is resetting. There's no time for mediocre leaders. We go no, boldly. Let's who you are. We won't know where I will die for you or not. That's what it's about. It will be come and say yes, I'll be Christian candidate. After all, Bola Tinubu is in a Muslim president ticket, and they never shy away from it. That's the country. Do the same thing. Nothing will happen. This is the world is watching. Everybody get touched now. So this guy, there's a reason why even the elite deal with them the way they deal with them to make sure they know see road. Now only in get that effrontery because now only they shy away from the reality on ground that there is a power tussle between these three regions. It's heavily invested in America, so that is not it's not a given. Being a chicken.
What Donald Trump said, I will also disclose myself fully. I'm pro-America. So for anything I will say, know that it will be pro-America.
It's a message to the
Donald
northern
Trump
elite.
Is it a lie? The answer is yes. It's not a lie because Donald Trump said the truth. Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Christians or Muslims. Are they not being killed? If they kill people in Plateau, they go to a church in Plateau, those they will kill are Christians. If they go to Benue, the majority of people they will kill in Benue are Christians. If they go to Zamfara, majority of people they kill in mosque there are Muslims. So these people are jihadists. These people just want to destroy Nigeria. So we should call a
waiting Kanu they do so. I swear to God, if he come up for if he come up for 2027, the guy go get more votes. He's still young. Because this guy, what he's doing here is a like guy. This is now politics in one place. Let's go. Let's go. After all, during Buhari, men they come out whole hard, they speak their mind from the north, they damn the consequences. What's it that they fear again? So this guy is telling you, bring it on. Sure, now won't talk, Abi. Bless you. You say, what you now want to talk? Now you they ask question, Abi. Say, what you now want to talk, Abi? Now, what you now want to talk about? Now they tell you now so. Now, Christian, now they kill, now be jihadists. That's exactly what he said. The competition has started. Share Baba Hame say, "Muna talk." The conversation has started. He don't. Isokalo don't reply. If una go just na Christian, una they kill. If una go play to na Christian again, you guys are jihadists. Let them do your worst. Let's go. Respond. This I see. In as far I don't go with that, but this is the times that we are in. Like this, that's why Wike. I like Wike now. Wike now one of my favorite politicians from the south because he understands the power that the south. Because now regional play, this is obvious. So what the fuck? Why are we hiding it? So these are generation who want to. I like the guy. I like the angle that is coming. This is a direct message. Anyhow you want to take on, but those that is responding to get the point, get the picture, get exactly what he's talking about. War don't start already. So what's the point of chicken eye? If you hide, you know how to. At this point, bullet you go collect her.
Name on them without any pity. They will be smoked out. Let me also tell you, the American president cannot talk anyhow. In my own little way, I have spoken to two former presidents, one Republican and one Democrat, and they all agree that they will help. I've spoken to about 6 senators, sitting senators in the U.S. Congress. So they've all said, we will help you people. But let me tell you, before President Trump says a word, mind you, that the American intelligence community must have found out where these people are living. All these words we are talking is rhetoric. And you can see Nigerian Air Force, possibly the information that have been given to them by the U.S. authorities and say they are there. And you see Nigerian Air Force in the last 3 days bombing the homes of these people. And that is what it should be. We should not pity anybody who is a terrorist. We should not. We should not. When I was governor, you remember I was governor, I formed the Bakassi. And the Bakassi was not about boyfriend and girlfriend. The Bakassi was about criminals. So if it's there, we'll smoke them away. And I can tell you, from everybody serving in this government, from President Tinubu to Vice President Shetima, everybody is committed to smoke these people away. But you people who are journalists and community people should also help the military and the people to tell us really who are the members of this sect that are doing this. No person it's also the same Americans that caused the problem. Because when you kill Gaddafi and kill Saddam Hussein, we have a problem. Because those people were maintaining their borders. Nobody was crossing there. It's after the kill of those people that light arms and big arms went wild all over the world. And we are suffering from it today. So America is the leader of the free world. And as leader of the free world, whatever that president says, he meant it. And we are working diplomatically to make sure that we put our house in order. It will be solved diplomatically because President, in fact, the report they are using to assess this situation was not when President Tinubu was president. It was another president on seat, and that is the truth. So I do not see any reason. Nigerians are clapping hard. Our political opponents are thinking they are going to punish government. No, they are going to go after the jihadists.
Do you think President Tinubu will win 2027 presidential election in your own opinion?
Whether President Tinubu will win 2027 election, has he got any person contesting against him? The election is Tinubu versus Tinubu, like it was Soludo versus Soludo. You saw it, and I said it before. People say, "Are you Abga?" Let me tell you, if you read the meanings, I have not seen any coalition opposition against President Tinubu. The president have no opposition. We have our party is fully on ground. Our party is fully with the people. Our party is fully justify with people. So we have people on ground. Nobody can say that we don't have the people on ground. But we will continue. Let me be honest with you. We will continue to be doing things we can do to help the Nigerian public.
Mr. Eze, final one.
Okay, distinguished sir. My name is Mr. Eze. I'm responsible for daily asset. As a globally accepted businessman, how would you rate Nigerian economy?
Well, let me be honest with you. You know, I am a businessman. I'm feeling all the pains, and I'm taking all the glory also. You will find out that the economy is growing. Macroeconomy is doing very well, but the microeconomy is not doing very well. It's the microeconomy is the problem. So, and this is why you see the Chief of Defense Staff, the newly sworn Chief of Defense Staff, the service chiefs, and all the rest of them are fighting very hard to drive away this bandits. Our economy, if you see the micro type of it, we are doing very well because foreign investors are coming. Everything is to trickle down for the masses to have daily food, go back to farm, and it's only going back to farm that can bring the real growth. Going back to farm, allowing people to move freely in all parts of Nigeria to sell their goods and remember they are good sellers. To me, presidents are putting his life to revamp the economy. And that is why you see the Senate is also fighting very well to revamp the economy. Well, whatever is the problem, the Senate is more interested in making laws that will help President Ahmed Tinubu to overcome the economic problems that our people are going through, and we're more interested. You can see the legislation we're bringing are pro-business, and we're more interested in focusing on redeeming Nigerian people to see that they eat 3 times a day. And yes, even there were attempts, but we didn't allow it to happen. That is why the Senate, we are one family, and very big family, and it's not going to happen.
Yes, my name is Sunday Abodishadi. I write for this day newspaper, sir. So we've been seeing defections from other political parties into the APC. And so in Abia State, we have a governor who is a member of the Labour Party. And some people are saying that there's a likelihood that he will join the APC. I don't know whether you have any information about this.
Well, let's be honest. It's neither me or other senators or Senate President or President Tinubu have not forced any governor to join our party. On occasions, I have seen my governor. He's my governor. I have a lot of respect for him. He's my friend and my former banker. And I can never discuss his mind whether he wants to join or not. It's up to him. But people like me will 100% work for APC. I will make sure that I campaign. I've told you people before, I will campaign there and see that we return President Tinubu and every candidate of APC.
A follow-up to that, sir.
Yes.
There is we know that one of your family members is also
not my family member, my brother, Mascot.
Seeking to become the governor in 2027. And we don't know, are you going to support him or the current governor?
If my brother is APC, I will support my brother. If the governor is another party, I'll fight against him. It's just very simple. So whoever is APC, if the governor joins APC tomorrow, it means the fight is very easy. We'll ride on the same boat together. But if the governor is in another party, there is a party business. After that, we'll become friends as we were. I will fight for APC, whoever carries the flag.
Okay.
Yes.
Now that are you expecting him to join APC?
Well, I think after all the court cases, he's a progressive. Soludo is a progressive like Mr. President, like me, like the Senate President, like the governors of Imo, Ebonyi, Enugu. and Lagos and other governors that are progressive, and Kwara, they're all progressive. So Soludo is a progressive. I don't see anything wrong with him. He will come to APC. It's confirmed he will come. He has no alternative than to come here.
Let's begin the conversation with a tiff between the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, and some military officers in Abuja. Heated argument ensued when Nyesom Wike confronted a group of naval officers during an inspection of a disputed land within Abuja. The face-off captured in a video showed the minister angrily challenging the military personnel allegedly deployed to prevent FCT officials from carrying out a demolition exercise on the disputed site. Let's share that moment with you.
You go and carry somebody's land because you're an officer. Nobody does that. The man took land. I will not allow going to the chief of officers and then you to carry land.
Sir, everything was allowed.
Will you stop that?
I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth, put off.
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're going to see school.
Sir, you can't shut
me up. Will you keep quiet?
I'm not a fool, sir. Sir, I'm not a I am not a fool, sir.
As at the time I graduated, you are primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
For which order?
You
see what you will here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool. I'm not a fool, sir.
You would have killed everybody here.
No, we are not killing anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on.
I mean, the back and forth. Let me start with you. Okay, what do you make of this thing? Why did the soldiers prevent the FCT minister, an official, from getting access to that property?
I wonder where the order came from. If the order actually came from a superior military officer, the way soldiers operate, they will not listen to another person apart from that order.
Obey the last order.
Obey the order from their superior military officer. But if it came from an ex chief of naval staff, then that's very unfortunate.
I think I don't know. I not developing event. I know they like speak on developing event like that because there's always more to it, But I think at this point, I'm not sure say that guy go still get a job again. Let's speak to that first. I gotta lose a job. I think the guy for just no talk. After all, in this make you move. You not go move now. Don't just say anything. Just stay there. It's not going to push you. All right? But you exchanging words. Oh my God. Like Wike a politician. I don't know why people never understand how what it means to be a professional politician. They are like celebrities. Celebrities, outside your talent, the more they make news, the more producers want to work with you. Because that's why they say every news is beneficial. Even if an actor is trending negatively, people will see one give one job because those people where they see a negative go one say, okay, let me even see what this guy is. So there's madness. There's there's pattern to the madness. The boldness, the guy for no say anything, for no say a word. Just stay there. Because I don't know, again, I don't know how conscious the guy is, because even if they fire him, he can capitalize on it and become star. Either way. But at this point, now Wike na the gain for this thing. The Wike point is to be trendy. After all, it's not even, they even contest for election. He understands the today's terrain. He understands the point of being in the media. He's playing a vital role, especially at this point where a lot of people are tapping onto the news because of the tension that is happening between our Nigerians leaders and Donald Trump. Now, Trump put Nigeria on the mainstream of conversation again. So if you find a way to skew yourself into that, it's a win-win for you. So we can know what he's doing. I don't think people still underestimate this man. We can know what he's doing. He's trending now. It's good for him. It's good for his business. It's not about respect. And now they talk of respect. Respect, no, these people, what you concerned them with respect? Like, I don't understand what you now. They care about respect. People are busy amassing wealth, stupendous wealth. You they say respect. Who cares? Like, you don't even know him. I don't know him. Nobody, we don't remember my family. We don't remember respect. What is respect? Now, what it mean that they exploit us with that? They don't care about respect. Respect is gone. If they look for respect, they don't go into politics. They know. Why? Say respect. Like, if you look for respect, you don't go seek for public office because people go push you, deliberately push you. That your calmness, you will lose them. So these people are politicians, the professionals to the core. Trust me, to the core. They don't wake up, go to bed thinking about policy. That's by the side. They wake up thinking about how do I stay on the news? How do I get to the next level? What people do? That's what they think, just like every other human being. They do not care about respect. They don't give a fuck. Nobody. So the guy should just keep quiet. No move. Nobody go push you. That would have been more. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I don't know the guy. So I don't know if he's ready to capitalize on that, because I'm not sure say the guy will get job again and they go fire him. It's gone. that one. All this one that he does it will be before command. Yes. But you should have just shut the fuck up. Just stay there. Stand your ground. Don't go say you talk. They talk back to a politician. Wiki say now waiting they fire beyond this content. It don't see my guy. Oh my God! You need to understand the person. Unless you too, you can market the attention that it will bring to you. If you can market it, fine. I don't have anything against the guy. I don't have anything against the guy. You have to study your opponent. Wiki career strive on stupidity like this. That's a politician for you. People know. That's why even Donald Trump talk. He say at times you have to do some stupid shit so that you gain. That's the times that we are in. A distraction. Nah, the guy no did well by talking. It's not about standing with him or against him. He did what he's supposed to do. Don't move, right? Now, what did they put on there for that? Politicians don't care about respect or relevance. On Nigeria, I don't know why when I see never see get the picture. We can give his children the best of life. That's what important to Ram. How he do him, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't just understand you guys are missing the whole. I don't know how to talk about, but I don't understand the times we have. They don't. They see things from a moral point. No, these guys don't care. They don't care. As a father, it's your children to live. They give your children the best of life. They are doing that, and however they do it, they don't give a fuck. I don't know why I say they embarrass Wiki. How you think you are embarrassing Wiki? You are not. You are not embarrassing Wiki. In fact, you are boosting his political economy. You are boosting his relevance. Stupidity put out for where in day, according to what they show us. So I don't know why you think say Wike is being disrespected or being embarrassed. That motherfucker is not being embarrassed. Fucking happy. So Mogo, at times you have to look at things critically from their point of view and analyze it, see it like that. You understand? How do you know the man that give the guy order no be Wike friend or no be Wike boy or the next one is not just an act? After all, the land that they fight for, who is going to get the land? Like there are things to this. I don't know why they expend morals and respect for people who don't care. Why? Why? That's what I don't get. So the guy now soldier, then give an order, don't move. Just don't move. Like, so again, I don't know the guy in person because I know he's going to get fired. That one is already shared. But how do you can become bigger from there, or that's the end? That's your point here. So it's not about the politician we make them. No, it's not who they make them relevant. They don't care about relevance. That's the whole point. They don't care about what. If they care about relevance, you're not going to see them for TV self. They don't care about relevance. So now that is on the news, is relevant. That's so blessed. You guys should at times you have to look at the things the way it is. There's no need of applying any formula, apply morality, apply education. No. That's why I keep saying all this with some things doesn't need to be analyzed beyond at its present itself. Nigerian politicians don't care about your respect. In fact, they want you to, they insult them every day. Because that doesn't do nothing to their own mission to steal. That's why I keep saying, that's why I keep saying that Kwaholo will win again. Because now insult, they just the insult her. That will not give you the victory you want. In fact, they go to do mumu things every day so they insult them. In as far as they're in power. Once you power, you say they embarrass her. How? So I understand the guy now display, what he's supposed to do. But again, what's next for him? Right? Because what's next for Wike, it will be on the news for at least for the next couple of days. Free. It's not paying for any advertisement. It's not paying for anything. Free. 9 media will run after them. Again, look at that from that angle again. Because now then they control the media. So instead of now make you the hear debate, make you they know how our leaders they go with this pressure coming from Donald Trump and the West. No, you go there, we can explain, they talk nonsense. Then journalists go join them, content creators go join them. So I was tempted to talk about it. I don't see the video earlier on. I don't want to talk about it because that's the whole point. Like, the people should understand how media they work. I don't tell you now about this in every day. It's strictly business. It's nothing like somebody is being embarrassed or is being no, not a politician. They know. I know they promote all this kind of all those kind of things. Let's listen to replayers.
Okay, yes. Distinguished. You are welcome, sir. It's okay. We are honored with your presence, sir. Peter. So, just a small interactive session with you, sir.
Let's see. You say if I say so. You say if I say so. Let's see. Don't be saying if I say so, because you think about her. Wike is not even contesting the election. So how does this affect him? Like how it distinctly affect her? 3 months from now, we will forget her and say this can't happen. Or no, other things don't they happen. But he will still be in position of power to give his family best of life at your expense. So I mean, it's not if I say so. Yes, we are all proud of the guy for standing his ground. But I hope we are going to stand for him if they fire him, because I don't think we can control that aspect. That's another way of saying it. But for me, it's not just so much of what happened to the guy, but what with the illusion that we have, that thinking that embarrassing Wike in public is actually doing anything to his what he wants to accomplish, his interest. No, it's not doing anything to. In fact, it fuels his ambition. They don't care about respect. They don't even know. They are not expecting it from you. I was a man say, Fuskan Talaka, but that is the look on the poor man's face. That's no relevance, has nothing to do, like, have any effect on him or her. You think a weekend they go sleep now, they think some people they laugh me. He's worried about where my son there now. My son get that when don't graduate, didn't get that contract. That's what it does. At the end of the day, that's what these people think about. They don't think about their policy, how the policy go tip. But no, yes, they are far from that. It's obvious. That don't need any explanation anymore. So when you understand the people you are dealing with, then you understand that insults, all this thing, no, they affect anything. They go see first give a visa, make it go America before you. They like, no matter you think you are doing to his image, when it push come to shove, it will still be more recognized by the people. Like, so the idea that our elected officials we should vote for them based on say, this person is nice, this person is good, this person has respect, is the beginning of our problem. If we decide to stand our ground that the laws that which them rights must take precedence, you don't care who is coming to govern you, whether a good or bad, the law will put that person in check. You won't call use my resources. You say, make I say, make you good. I don't give a fuck if you're good. I'm not helping you in any way. I'm giving you a privilege, I'm giving you a job. Not because you are good, it's not because you will do the job, and if you don't do it well, how they fire yourself. It's already been written and it's out there cast in stone. If you do this is what is going to happen to you. So this is how these our leaders. I am not saying that is normal. No, that's not the point. Got to see things the way they are. These our leaders. That's what what did they tell you? OG Collie tell you. I'm an American. I am always going to speak for American interests. And you say you go insult him, it mean anything. It doesn't give a fuck. He don't care. Wike don't care. I think they come out for there, so when you enter bulletproof Jeep, they see Zoom, go in office, go they laugh, even call the guy or guy say they laugh over, a loud laugh. They go they watch the thing, they go they laugh. From there, that same thing, they go drive go in mansion at your own expense. You are talking of say respect, relevant. Well, what is relevant? Honor and respect give you what? Give you access to everywhere. You get where we can if you go. If you go church, they will give a first seat. If you go your real, they will, so what are we talking about? So instead of actually pay attention and focus on these people, how they move around, that they are not foolish and stupid, they actually know what they are doing, we they insult them. The same people will say Okpawolo knows how to speak English, then they went crazy. See Okpawolo go use their head for Scotland. Make it make sense to me. First people knows how to speak English, go if you go do deals for abroad, they show us, no be ESA. So who's fooling who? Now we know Armenian and Nambarians are more intelligent, more savvy than Professor Soludo. If you say if you no share money for street, buy those votes, he go win. Why not go they speak grammar? The point is that these people don't care about how you see them or what you feel about them. They can only care about what you do to them. Say, okay, I get you. No, see, nobody go say what the guy do bad. I'm not saying what he done is bad. I'm just saying the way he do him is going to get him fired. And that time, all of us go move back, we go forget him, focus on the next foolish thing where we can go do. Because we can go do foolish thing again next week. We go forget the guy applied. We focus on Wiki. So you like, no, see, the guy, we like this. That's my point. See, that guy is a leader that we want. But can we make him one? If we want to focus on the guy, right? Because if person do something good, you capitalize on it. That's why now waiting the wicked, the wealthy, they do pass up with that. Because Ayaro Mekudi Aboki Manya. If you do something, you don't get access. So can we make this guy our leader if we actually like what he did and his courage? Because that's the next thing. Because if we don't do it, we can go do stupid thing again and we will forget her. Then how do you now expect somebody else to do like he did? When you know that when the shop push comes to shove, nobody go get his one behind. The elite go support Wike. They go invite and go church. All the media house go give an access to. You go pay to go there. That is the support they will give him to say that, don't worry, now embarrass them, won't embarrass you, people got your back. Can we do the same thing to the guy? That's up to us. Because we have to learn how to capitalize on the little bravery, camaraderie, everything that we see among us. Because if we don't, they will either snatch the guy from us or they will use him as a scapegoat. Using him as a scapegoat is to fire him and just leave him to his fate. Use him against us is to take him to the next level, give him more ranks. That means, so it's all up to blessed me and you to go from being like, say we like the guy, to move to the next level.
So, Mr. Kubo of the Guardian, yes.
Your name.
Your name.
Come, please.
See why out.
Okay. Distinguished, good day. Okay. Your name and your medium. My name is John Akubo. I write for the Guardian newspaper. Distinguished, at the initial stage, there were stories in the Senate of attempt to remove the Senate president. But along the line, it seems there is a calm now. What will you say to it?
Were you there? Well, whatever is the problem, the Senate is more interested in making laws that will help President Ahmed Tinubu to...
Blessed, you know why in answer that question like that, it started by being playful, by being sarcastic. Were you there? And it just lightened the home. And it was a serious question because that question was actually directly to him. There was the question was the plan to remove to impeach you, come out Akpabio. Now in them behind that. The guy, he was behind the whole thing. He felt that now in turn, I ain't supposed to be Senate president. So he's still scheming for it. So the plan was exposed. Now Mekan won't answer the question the way he did.
Overcome the economic problem that our people are going through, and we're more interested. You can see the legislation we're bringing are pro-business, and we're more interested in focusing on redeeming Nigerian people to see that they eat 3 times a day. And yes, even there were attempts, but we didn't allow it to happen. That is why the Senate, we are one family, and very big family, and it's not going to happen.
Is there Shadi? Yes, my name is Sunday Shadi. I write for this day newspaper, sir. So we've been seeing defections from other political parties into the APC. And so from Abia State, we have a governor who is a member of the Labour Party. And some people are saying that there's a likelihood that he will join the APC. I don't know whether you have any information about this.
Well, let's be honest. It's neither me or other senators or Senate president or president. have not forced any governor to join our party. On occasions, I have seen my governor. He's my governor. I have a lot of respect for him. He's my friend and my former banker. And I can never discuss his mind whether he wants to join or not. It's up to him. But people like me will 100% work for APC. I will make sure that I campaign. I've told you people before, I will campaign there and see that we return President Tinubu and every candidate of APC.
A follow-up to that, sir.
Yes.
There is we know that one of your family members is also...
Not my family member, my brother, Mascot.
Your brother is seeking to become the governor in 2027. And we don't know, are you going to support him or the current governor? Yes.
If my brother is APC, I will support my brother. If the governor is another party, I'll fight against him. It's just very simple. So whoever is APC, if the governor joins APC tomorrow, it means the fight is very easy. We'll ride on the same boat together. But if the governor is in another party, there is a party business. After that, we'll become friends as we were. I will fight for APC, whoever carries the flag.
Follow up, sir.
Yes.
Now that His Excellency Soludo has been declared the winner of Anambra, are you expecting him to join APC soon?
Well, I think after all the court cases, he's a progressive. Soludo is a progressive like Mr. President, like me, like the Senate President, like the governors of Imo, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Lagos, and other governors that are progressive, and Kwara, they're all progressive. So Soludo is a progressive. I don't see anything wrong with him. He will come to APC. It's confirmed he will come. He has no alternative than to come here.
Distinguished sir.
Yes.
I'm Henry Mora, report for Vanguard.
Are you not my friend?
I'm a very close friend, sir. Sir.
So don't embarrass me if I'm your friend.
No, I know what I will ask you. Sir.
Okay.
Sir, President Donald Trump has made some remarks that have been making Nigerians unsettling in the last couple of days. Distinguished sir, as a former governor, former whip, you've been around and you are very close to former US presidents and even senators. What is your response to this and what do you think should be the way forward for Nigeria as a country?
Well, what Donald Trump said, I will also disclose myself fully. I'm pro-American. So for anything I will say, know that it will be pro-America. Did what Donald Trump say, is he a lie? The answer is yes. It's not a lie because Donald Trump said the truth. Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Christians or Muslims. Are they not being killed? If they kill people in Plateau, they go to a church in Plateau, those they will kill are Christians. If they go to Benue, the majority of people they will kill in Benue are Christians. If they go to Zamfara, majority of people they kill in mosque there are Muslims. So these people are jihadists. These people just want to destroy Nigeria. So we should call a black name on them without any pity. They will be smoked out. Let me also tell you, the American president cannot talk anyhow. In my own little way, I have spoken to two former presidents, one Republican and one Democrat, and they all agree that they will help. I've spoken to about 6 senators, sitting senators in the U.S. Congress. So they've all said, we will help you people. But let me tell you, before President Trump says a word, mind you that the American intelligence community must have found out where these people are living. All these words we are talking is rhetoric. And you can see Nigerian Air Force, possibly the information that have been given to them by the U.S. authorities and say they are there. And you see Nigerian Air Force in the last 3 days bombing the homes of these people. And that is what it should be. We should not pity anybody who is a terrorist. We should not. We should not. When I was governor, you remember I was governor, I formed the Bakassi. And the Bakassi was not about boyfriend and girlfriend. The Bakassi was about criminals. So if it's there, we'll smoke them away. And I can tell you, from everybody serving in this government, from President Tinubu to Vice President Shetima, everybody is committed to smoke these people away. But you people who are journalists and community people should also help the military and the people to tell us really who are the members of this sect that are doing this. No person it's also the same Americans that cause the problem. Because when you kill Gaddafi and kill Saddam Hussein, we have a problem. Because those people were maintaining their borders. Nobody was crossing there. It's after the kill of those people that light arms and big arms went wide all over the world. And we are suffering from it today. So America is the leader of the free world. And as leader of the free world, whatever that president says, he beats it. And we are working diplomatically to make sure that we put our house in order. It will be solved diplomatically because President, in fact, the report they are using to assess this situation was not when President Tinubu was president. It was another president on seat, and that is the truth. So I do not see any reason. People, Nigerians are clapping hard. Our political opponents are thinking they are going to punish government. No, they are going to go after the jihadists. Whether President Tinubu will win 2027 election, has he got any person contesting against him? The election is Tinubu versus Tinubu, like it was Soludo versus Soludo. You saw it, and I said it before. People say, "Are you Abga?" Let me tell you, if you read the meanings, I have not seen any coalition opposition against President Tinubu. The president have no opposition. We have our party is fully on ground. Our party is fully with the people. Our party is fully justified with people. So we have people on ground. Nobody can say that we don't have the people on ground. But we will continue. Let me be honest with you. We will continue doing things we can do to help the Nigerian public. Well, let me be honest with you. You know, I am a businessman. I'm feeling all the pains, and I'm taking all the glory also. You will find out that the economy is growing. Macroeconomy is doing very well, but the microeconomy is not doing very well. It's the microeconomy is the problem. So, and this is where you see the Chief of Defense Staff, the newly sworn Chief of Defense Staff, the service chiefs, and all the rest of them are fighting very hard to drive away this bandit. Our economy, if you see the micro type of it, we are doing very well because foreign investors are coming. Everything is to trickle down for the masses to have daily food, go back to farm, and it's only going back to farm that can bring the real growth. Going back to farm, allowing people to move freely in all parts of Nigeria to sell their goods and remember they are good sellers. To me, President has put in his life to revamp the economy, and that is why you see the Senate is also fighting very well to revamp the economy.
Thank you.
Every political institution stands or falls on its respect for the rule of law and internal democracy. When that foundation weakens, internal discord follows. This
Nobody does that. We did not kill anybody. The man took the land. We will not allow going to on our side. And I you to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally. And sir, you get the.
Will you stop that?
I'm an officer.
I am not put
us. I will not shut up. Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school. You are not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
me. Will
you
you keep quiet?
You can't shut me. I'm not a fool, sir.
Can shoot anybody like that.
Sir, I'm not a fool.
Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As the time I graduated, you are in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
You can't call me a fool. You will see whether you will not be here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool. I'm an officer. I'm not a fool, sir. I'm an officer.
You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody, sir. We are acting on orders.
Go and develop the other to you.
Regular officer, I don't come and
we are going to get out.
What this is all about?
Well, it's unfortunate. And these are the kind of things that retards our development. You are aware that the land department and the development control have been mandated to see where there are illegal development going on and land grabbing. And when this was brought to my attention, I did instruct them to make sure that nothing takes place in as much as they did not have any legal paper in terms of mutual approval or even the acquisition of the land. And when they came here, I was informed that the soldiers of the military had to chase them away. And I thought probably they would be acting illegally. And so today, while I was in the office, while they came to implement the directive that was given to them by myself, I was called that the military have taken over the place. And I have to come by myself to see things for myself. It's really unfortunate. And you heard what the officer said he was sent by the former chief of naval staff. And I don't understand how somebody who attained that position and see that he has a problem cannot approach my office to say, look, this is what is going on, this is what is going on. But simply because he's a military man, he could use that to intimidate Nigerians. I'm not one of those kind of persons that will succumb to blackmail or intimidation. And you can imagine where you cannot even prove where are the documents. And the director of the Bureau Control is there. I said, look, I was here. I said, bring the documents. You don't have the documents. Bring the approval for building. You don't have it. And how can we continue to allow lawlessness to prevail in this country? What about those who don't have the military? What about those who don't have security? It has gotten to a level where when government officials are carrying out their job, you go and bring security to intimidate them against government officials. I will not accept that. I've spoken to the Chief of Defense Staff and I've spoken to the Chief of Naval Staff, and they have assured me that, please, they have to resolve the matter. And we're not coming here to have a shootout with anybody to cause chaos or not. But what I can say, I would not allow it to happen. The way we have done, carried our jobs in other areas, is the same way it will be done here. He will not carry out this illegal development and land grab simply because he was a former chief of naval staff.
Now, in a financial world often dominated by profit-driven motives, non-interest or ethical banking is redefining the narrative, emphasizing fairness, shared risk, and community.
This government particularly is intellectually challenged. This government is intellectually bankrupt. This president, like I said, with his team, are committed only to coming to power again in 2027. That is why their mindset is take the parties out of the way, destroy PDP if we can, take away Labour Party if we can, be the only sole person standing, make a visual re-entry in 2027 and easy, take. So this president and his team, because he thinks he's not performing well, because 2027 will be on his record. What they accomplished the past 4 years, not what he hopes to accomplish the next 4. If he feels that he hasn't done much, the best thing is not to go for real contest, is to turn these parties into leprous fingers. So all the parties will be singing hallelujah for him, but that's not going to happen. There will be resistance, but not only from the top, from the bottom.
Professor Udenta is our guest. All right, in November this year, President Donald Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern for religious persecution, and then went ahead to issue unprecedented threats and even directing the Department of State's defense to get ready, if need be, for military action against Nigeria, claiming Christian genocide in Nigeria. So, for you, designating Nigeria a country of particular concern, what does it mean to be a country of particular concern?
Thank you for having me. Like I said, I'm happy you use the term redesignation, which means we were once designated as a country of particular concern in 2020 by the same President Trump in his first term. And that designation is a consequence of practical actions and a product of intense, rigorous study of the variables that Nigeria has met the threshold for the country to be designated a country of particular concern in terms of the Religious Freedom Act. It's a pre-existing act, enacted by Parliament in the US, by the Congress, that on 7 thresholds, if a country is assumed not to be honoring or respecting religious freedom or persecuting people on the basis of their faith, the US, as a moral country, must rise to the occasion and impose certain sanctions. That was done in 2020, but then when Biden took office in 2021, he lifted that. Maybe again upon re-examination of certain variables and data to say, oh, the country has done something significant between the period of designation to when he was then, lifted that designation. Secondly, don't forget that when Buhari went to visit Trump in the White House, I don't know the particular year, in his first term, he pointedly asked him, so Buhari told us, Trump didn't disclose it. Why are you killing Christians in your country? And Buhari said he was stunned. and taking it back. He didn't prepare for that. Maybe a conversation about economy, investment, etc., loan, grants, what have you, or Nigerian push for inclusion in the, one of the public members of the Security Council. His mind was churning around those critical strategic areas, and he said, why are you killing Christians in your country? It took him time to recover. And they said, we're not killing Christians. We have issues that are complex. They're header farmer, climate change, porous borders, all manners of things, and so on. And again, Muslims too have been killed with Christians. He was able to answer as much as he could. And maybe Trump saw the sincerity in his voice or whatever there, or maybe wasn't impressed. That's what must have led to the designation in the first instance. Now, Trump in November, like you pointed out, redesignated Nigeria as a CPC country on the basis, again, of some, evaluations of variables on the ground. Some perceived not just the killings, but the systematic killings, the uprooting of people, displacement, depopulation, rise in IDP camps that are not even maintained, and then global outcry. In Australia, there's some noise about that in Parliament. In Canada, some noise about it in Parliament. The US itself, a very important senator, a very powerful senator, Ted Cruz, led the charge with other ones like Riley Moore at the level of the House of Representatives. So when you have this confluence of global and national forces working in tandem, Trump is a guy who is very inconvenient as a president and incorrect as a politician. He doesn't take convention that serious. He doesn't take orthodoxy that serious. He simply will act, not on impulse, as people will presume, on his own deeply ingrained mindset, using his weapon as a social media tool as a weapon to say, you are killing Christians, desist, I will designate you this, and I'll come guns are blazing, and so on. In essence, Trump is a master of messaging. That messaging is, he rhetoricizes his viewpoints and narratives in such blatantly threatening form as to shock you into a realization of the oddity of your own condition. He did that with Gaza. I will turn you into a Riviera. I will tear it down, take away the rubble, build golf courses with maybe prancing women on bikini in the heart of Muslim Middle East. They were shocked. We don't want this extreme measure. It will not solve our problem. It will rather exacerbate our problem. Let us now talk to Hamas and impress upon them the need for ceasefire. The moment there's a ceasefire, I hear of the revenge anymore. So he's actually pushing the country, the government that is indolent and confused and distracted to say, wake up, has made a coffee. If you do not do so, certain hard decisions will be taken. But if you begin to do so and convince the way they are doing so, Trump can always pull back. He does that. He's very clear. If he's not clear, he would have won election 2016, contending that he won 2022, which is still very problematic for us to know who really won. And then he won again 2024. So he's a smart player. He's not going to come gun a blazing, start, with the staccato gunshots everywhere, missile fly here and there. He's not that crazy in the head. And the US doesn't operate that way, in spite of all the power, enormous power they're putting under their grasp. But what he's doing is he's signaling. If you don't take certain precipitate steps, mid-term, short-term, long-term, to stem this so-called horrifying scale of killings, especially in north-central Nigeria, that many ascribe to be Christian genocide, a lot more problem will come to the country. In conclusion on this segment of your question, I ask Nigerians to take a step back and take a deep breath. The betting of this country was inorganic and contingent. We didn't create and say 1914. The British did, bringing over 300 separate, distinct political, economic, social, cultural, even faith groups together in not a harmonious relationship, in a convenient relationship. Till today, we're still struggling to create a nation out of this water of communities. In essence, our nationhood is imperiled by the factor of our inconvenient birthing. The fault lines are deep, ready to explode. People should not romanticize the Trumpian threat as if it's going to be helpful to solving our national problem. It will not, because it will deepen the divide and let even those who should not profit out of it profit out of it. In 2023, somebody ran an election on the Muslim ticket. I don't want that victim mentality. That is a Christian horde, global Christian conspiracy against Islam. And somebody here who is already a failed presidency, as far as I'm concerned, and a failed party called APC is going to say, we told you so. If we yield ground on this matter and Sharia and so on in the north, this Christian is going to wipe everybody out. As much as we understand the killings in the country, in the middle part of the country and so on, we can see that Muslims now are under immense pressure. Their survival is even under threat. I'm putting this out so that people out there, pastors, preachers, Christian evangelists, passionate people from these communities will understand that it takes more than a raw emotion to solve this kind of complex problem. While there may be issues of Christian genocide and so on, we must take a deep breath and find a way to reach common ground, mobilize the national spirit, convince the government to wake up. It is by this being distracted by politics. I said it in the last time we talked about. This president is fighting on 2027. He doesn't want to have a proper election. He wants to have leprous parties like Abacha had. PDP, ADC, Labour Party, SDP as leprous parties with no candidates, are adopting him alone. In doing that, he's taking his eyes off the gas pedal of fight against terrorism, against insecurity, against banditry. In doing this obsession, being obsessed with politics of power and its own succession in 2027, he's not talking in terms of how do we reduce poverty, how do we reduce exclusion, how do we re-engage our communities, how do we have the IDPs. So when you are not committed to this, you don't even have ambassadors for 2 years. You don't have a presidential commission on foreign relations or foreign policy, because the focus is narrow on winning election, destroying PDP, destroying Labour Party and so on. You have lost the plot and dropped the ball. That is the focus of Nigerians today. The president should abandon this high road to political perfidy in terms of having himself as the only standing candidate in 2027 and focus on the threats, including the killings in the Middle Belt. That could be Christian genocide, that could be more complex than it, including the threat coming from Trump, and having ambassadors in place, having them voice all over the world, working with critical stakeholders in sorting out this mess. And finally, in mobilizing Nigerians across faith. We have what is called NIREC, N-I-R-E-C, Nigerian or National Interreligious Council. Is it still alive and well? We have this concourse of Khan and the Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs. By now, we should have seen them marching lockstep with the president in the villa and his team. By now, we should have former ambassadors who are very great, former foreign affairs ministers, people like Emeka Anyoko, people like Bodija Kiyimi, people like Kingibe. Should be around the president now, marshalling this thing. They see them abroad and say, we know them, and we trust and respect them. We are not seeing such. It is just self-defense. The country is not killing Christians. The country is not in this bad shape. We're going to work hard to end terrorism. Verbalizing your intent does not solve your problem. You need to get off your butt, roll your sleeves, and as a president with a team, begin now to mobilize the energy of the country to confront this present reality.
What do you make of the president's response so far on this particular issue?
At the level of rhetoric, he's been very well restrained, knowing the character called Donald Trump. He can't match him. Verbal staccato for verbal staccato. He cannot match him violent language for violent language. So the president has been measured. He's taking wise counsel. He's talked about Nigeria willing to partner even with the US, seek their support, seek their understanding. As a president, of course, he needs to talk about no to Christian genocide. We have the complex security situation in the north. We have the radical Islamic hordes from the east and the northeast and the northwest thundering down in our communities. We have the issue of banditry, header, farmer clash. Nuancing it in such a way that it does not exclude any of the major communities of faith in the country in the conversation. So at the level of rhetoric, I, who is always harshly critical of the president, will not say he has done too badly. But rhetoric and narrative do not solve a problem. You need to get off the narrative of rhetoricizing this crisis to the domain of practical action. Short term, what do you do? Long term, middle term, what do you do? Long term, what do you do? Short term for me will be put ambassadors in place. I've been screaming about this for almost a year and a half. If you don't have ambassadors, nobody will take you serious. Our foreign policy in the 1960s was constructed around that high moral imperative of African decolonization. How do we, by founding AU, or AU as it then was in 1963, begin the march to decolonize the rest of Africa, accelerating it all through the early 70s, under the watch, remember, of Murtala Mohammed and Obasanjo, when it became a Afro-centered foreign policy, radical in nature, intent in destroying apartheid, and it became a frontline state, nationalizing British companies and so on. So it was coherent, clear. In the 80s was the concert of medium powers that Bolivia King helped Obasanjo to put together, that saw us with ECOMOG in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, etc. But from the Obasanjo, of course, did well with Bouteflika, with the former South African president, like the Thabo Mbeki, in constructing AU out of the way, out of this shambolic order then called OAU, that would become a conference of heads of state with their cigars and their power. AU as a mobile tool, with what? Peer review mechanism, with NEPAD, and then African architecture on peace and security. It's safe and coherence. Nepal, remember, needs documents, etc. Under Buhari, this coherence dissolved into tributaries that are inchoate in nature. Under Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our foreign policy has crumbled completely. ECOWAS, for the first time in our history, even with coup d'etats across Africa, civil wars, etc., imploded. The ancestors who constructed it kept it together. Under his watch, 3 states walked out of it, maybe for good. Under his watch, ambassadors have not been in place for almost 2 years. Or more than
what
2
do you
years.
think is even responsible for not appointing ambassadors in the last 2 to 3 years?
I don't know. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense because you have national priorities in the sense of the key sectors of national life, the space of existence, the economy. What are my tools to resuscitate the economy? The tools are not working, I understand, but there are tools he has. Remove subsidy, float the naira, and tax regime, essentially. Tax reform and new tax regime. They're not working, all right, but there's something they can say. Under the social safety net program, of course, country from what Buhari stopped. Money grant here, terror money, farmer money, youth money, etc., student loan. But when it comes to foreign policy, there are the 4 so-called Ds: development, democracy, diaspora, etc. But it's just at the level of talk. The first level is to have ambassadors in place. And there are many countries that cannot even allow ambassadors to be in place for even a day. If you go to UK as a preeminent global power, and there are issues to confront the Nigerian state with the UK government, and the Prime Minister is looking for the ambassador and there's none in place, he will not go and sit down with the minister counselor, or charge their fee, not to talk of the US, or Russia, or China, or Germany. Those ones may be more friendly in terms of the way they look at you. But in terms of serious, they say, no, these guys are not serious yet. Where would they pass the message to a country, to a president? It is with ambassadors. Here in America, they have tools on ground. The embassy is staffed by all manners of people, including security and intelligence officials. 2, the critical civil society elements who are part of the American domain of power and influence. 3, there are informants there, people there who have been gathering information everywhere. 4, they have things they are funding in various areas, even malaria and so on there, cholera, eradication. You don't know the people driving it in the villages. They give them information data. They have drones, they have satellites, and each time they make sure they have an ambassador in place. You don't have any of that. And this president is confused and bemused because he's distracted by power. If the PDP implodes and crumbles, if the convention doesn't hold, if they don't have the candidate, oh my God, I've succeeded in my mission in becoming a second-term president. Same with Labour Party, same with SDP or ADC, rather than focus on the great issues of the day. So when Trump came calling, it was like a soccer punch. He said, wake up call, smell the coffee. If you don't, this country is going to go down. I'm among those who believe that Trump don't go for a stream for the sake of a stream. Trump signals to you as a signal to his base. This is what I intend to do. But if you do the right thing, I don't need to get there. Give you an example with Gaza. Example, another one that is emerging is with Ukraine and Russia. It's more difficult and complex because Russia is not a small meat to eat. 6,000 plus nuclear power, nuclear warheads, the biggest in the world. So you have to be careful how you manage them. If not, you have sorted that even mess out. The way it's tried to sort out the DRC and the Rwandan crisis, the way they sorted out the Sudan and South Sudan situation, Nigerian crisis of the moment is a ravaging scourge of extremist Islamic, franchises from the northeast and the northwest, bearing down on the rest of the country. The crisis that has exploded in the Middle Belt region as possibly a crisis of displacement, depopulation, and devastation. A crisis that people now perceive to be genocidal in nature. It's the duty of the Nigerian government to push back on these narratives by doing practical things which I've listed at the first level. Second level is to remobilize the energy of the armed forces. How do you do that? You can even have a conference, security conference. Declare clear and present emergency in the security sector. Get even former security heads who have deep knowledge of the system. Embed them with their current leadership of the armed forces and security agencies. Then begin to work with the subnational leadership, the governors, the government chairman. In 2001 or 2, President Obasanjo faced some similar crisis in the Benue Valley or Benue Trial states. Benue, Taraba, Nasarawa, Plateau, etc. You know what he did? He set up the overarching, team made up of the presidency, the Secretary of the Government Office, and Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, where I was the director of internal conflict, and moved everybody, including himself, for 4 days to Kuru, in Jos, at NIPS. There he worked with us with his sleeves rolled, poring over maps, studying data, going to the field, getting scholars to speak. Are you seeing that with this president and his team? Absolutely.
A job on a divine job.
Days,
No
every
job for
month for conflict analysis with the president sitting at the table with the Institute for Peace and other critical stakeholders there, taking questions, pushing back on him, pushing back on us. We're having the freedom to speak our mind. In 2003, we set up what was then called Presidential Implementation Council, headed by the Vice President, with ministers in place in tow. Do you see that sense of urgency in this government? Do you see that sense of strategic mobilization and profound depth when it comes to tackling national emergencies? This is a national emergency. But as a patriot, it is not my desire to say, come, gone, a-blazing, invade the country, this spoil, desecrate or territorial integrity. No Nigerian patriot will wish that, because the consequences will be very immense when the battle has come and gone and the guns are no longer blazing. We still live with Christians and Muslims and many other groups in between.
Look at some persons argue that in 2014, that the APC, including some of those in power today, went to America and said that Goodluck was not protecting the Christian community and that Christians were being killed. And they wanted help from America. And today, the same America is coming back to say you are not protecting the Christians. And they are fighting back. How do you reconcile this?
Well, somebody said that history has a way of coming to bite back on you. And then a day of reckoning is always around. I think today the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper is on our INEC chairman, Amopitan, and the legal brief he did in 2020 about Christian genocide in Nigeria, an 80-page piece he contributed to a big document, maybe run into hundreds and hundreds of pages, and proclaimed clearly from the point of view of jurisprudence and careful legal reading that may be issues of human rights abuses, crimes against humanity, and genocidal war declared on Christian populations in the North Central. As the new chairman of INEC, it become a raging crisis now, maybe of confidence and trust. So it's part of that thing you're talking about. In 2014, they did that. 2020, the INEC chairman then as a lecturer, as a professor at the University of Jos, put out his viewpoint, his legal brief, his legal opinion. My take is that even with the existence of Christian genocide, people should not talk and act overboard, as if the country has suddenly dissolved itself into inchoate, regions of Christian faith and non-Christian faith, Muslim faith and non-Muslim faith. By the time we discover that this crisis can be managed, damage will have been deep and profound in terms of distrust, aided by disinformation, misinformation, and fake news. So we have to be careful that even what we're doing does not weaponize interfaith fault lines.
This one's not newcon employees.
Many people believe that this government is not doing particularly well, but some people believe too that this adverse moment, this moment of reckoning, should not provide opportunity to the government to cash in and say we are defending one faith or the other. It's critical that pastors, evangelists, preachers, contributors, critical stakeholders, public intellectuals understand this, that there's always a side, another side to a coin. There's always a narrative and counter-narrative. If you talk about the Sharia system, remember what Obasanjo said in 2004, 5 or 2, or whatever time he said it in his time as a president. The Sharia has been part of our penal code from time immemorial. The real Sharia will endure, but the fake political Sharia will die off. Unfortunately, it didn't die off. It became cemented or baked into the jurisprudence of the law in the North. That is why you have people who purchase crates and crates of beer and sell it even in Christian communities in the North have been attacked. Where you find issues of this blasphemy that doesn't concern Muslim, maybe Muslim-Christian relationship, you're punished for that. So if we can get a conversation where the Sharia becomes limited, one, to civil issues, and secondly, to the Muslim faith and adherents of that faith, and then people out of it, there will be less noise internationally about it. Is when somebody who is not a Muslim is subject to Islamic injunction, Islamic law, and made to be punished for that, or even die because you're expressing some inconvenient opinion about the faith, which you don't belong to. These are things which you don't handle anyhow. You handle with care because they're complex. Matters of faith are not matters of bread and butter. To say, give me this cloth, I like it. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it by force. Matters of faith are deep and profound because it is in the heart. And it is anchored on the transcendental divinity beyond this earth to somewhere else. Some believe if you die, you're not dying here, you're going to go to heaven or go to Nirvana somewhere. So the rational life and practical, logical life that people express in their day-to-day conduct dissolves into nothingness when it comes to faith. So managing faith is not that easy. So less noise, less intemperate argument, less staccato, sentiment all over the place. Trump come gonna blazing, destroy everybody, destroying Christians. That will not work because it's oversimplified.
All right, let's look at it from this context. Supposing Trump comes with sanctions or other measures, what are the consequences for Nigeria? And could he also be setting a bad precedent for us?
It depends on specifically the kind of tools he wants to utilize.
Whether he uses sanctions?
Yes, I said the most practical tools will be sanctions, and sanctions can come in various forms. They come in the form of aids that could be stopped, grants already in motion can be stopped, loans being prepared and packaged that could be stopped. Maybe if you pay some money to purchase some aircrafts or some other ordnance or military equipment, they could freeze it or cancel that, making it difficult for you to even sustain the war against terror and banditry. It could be in the range of sanctions on individuals and authorities and state functionaries. We are hearing some noise about the Sharia law in the north, 12 governors under watch and so on there. It could be asset freeze, it could be visa ban and all manners of things there. But for me, the issue of is an extremist measure, which I rule out now, unless it gets to a stage in which this matter can be controlled or ameliorated. However the case may be, no country likes to be under sanctions regime. It doesn't work well, not just for the government of the day, but for the citizens as a whole. Russia is a clear example of an over-sanctioned state that is still standing tall, fighting a war in Ukraine. Iran has suffered decades and decades of sanctions. It hasn't crumbled. So North Korea is the same. So sanctions are important, but they are necessary but not sufficient tools, to solve the problem. They call attention to a crisis and they remind you that you have the tools to engage you in a profoundly negative way that you may not like. But if you not take the steps which I've tried to articulate, and others I'm sure have articulated, maybe better than me, in terms of get ambassadors in place now, get the Presidential Council of Foreign Relations or Foreign Policy, mobilize your security apparatuses, engage the citizens across the different domains and different fault lines we have in the country. So we can begin to have Muslim, Christian understanding with civil society and then political parties. Look at 1999, Obasanjo set up the party office. We have a clearinghouse for political parties. So this contestation will be managed easily. He have even the first chairman of APP, as then the party was called, Mahmoud Wazir, as a special advisor with a cabinet level rank on inter-party affairs. Now you don't have that existing anymore. Rather, it is using presidents in all the parties, the PDP, the ADC, etc., to dismantle these parties. When you dismantle the parties and deny the elite opportunity to contest for power, what do? They riot in the way that suits them. They aid the enemies of the state. They begin to draw, stoke certain things they will not see them stoke. So rather than mobilizing all the parties and getting them off their back and allowing them to be what they be, you are now suppressing and repressing them, weaponizing INEC, weaponizing the judiciary, having captured the National Assembly and so on there. If people do not have a space to breathe, they begin to seek for self-help. Self mustn't be catastrophic self-help in terms of toppling the democratic system. It could be, in a way, engineering constructed an inorganic conflict. Conflicts come of two types. Organic conflict you and I will deal with every day, over resources, over land, contestation over politics and power and economic opportunities. Then there's an organic one. Common parents, boy, what are you guys waiting for now? We're not happy waiting to happen. You haven't even demonstrated yesterday. There's some fun for you to do so, here and there and so on. You precipitate national crisis for yourself because you're excluding everybody from the centerpiece of political conversation and power. That is one thing I've been talking about and people don't seem to listen. If you take a party, for example, like the PDP, why is the government obsessed about the party? Because it's been in power before. It has apparatuses everywhere. It has infrastructure in all the 7 for LG, in every home, in every village. So if the party like PDP will have to have a P2B as a candidate, not a small Labour party, or Jonathan as a candidate, it's a nightmare scenario for the president. So the idea is this party will not recover. Let us batter it down. ADC with a lot of powerful names too has 16 Lego challenges, all engineered from outside. So with Labour Party that has been handed power by the former INEC chairman to Leonard Usman, now taken away to Abure, or to create further confusion. For me, these are not coincidences, but grand design by the government of the day to march into 2027 for a visual re-entry process. In doing so, you took your eyes off the ball the ball of the fight against terrorism, the fight against banditry, the ball of having ambassadors in place, the ball of engaging the international community, because they focus more narrowly in self-preservative politics.
Let's extrapolate now and link up this with politics, talking about the Trump threats. What does it mean to the APC's Muslim ticket?
The APC Muslim ticket in 2023, when it bettered itself, the clear message from the president, then the candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was it's a strategic gamble designed to mop up as much vote from across the north and even beyond as much as possible. That means we have no intention of weaponizing religion or elevating one faith over the other. Or look at the geography of power. That is the argument, not mine. You have a minority Muslim in the south. That's Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a Muslim of the north-southwest extraction. We don't really know the percentage of Christian and Muslims there. Experts can tell us that. But the entire southeast and the entire south side are predominantly Christian. That means it's a gross minority in the south. For them to have a minority in the north with a minority in the south would be a gross disadvantage. So they have to have a minority in the south and a majoritarian candidate of a majoritarian faith in the north, where the Muslims are more in the north than Christians. That's why they claim they went for that ticket. Not because there is any attempt for Islamic supremacy or for Islamic militancy to take hold in the country and grow in leaps and bounds.
But the perception.
Now, that's the argument. But that's not the way people perceive it. That's not the narrative out there. The narrative out there is that this is just a weapon to clobber the rest of the country down and to shove it down the throat of non-Muslims that we are in charge. And the president catastrophically adopted that mindset. Now with the pressure coming from outside, and known as a person like Donald Trump, the American president, the dilemma is very clear for the APC to grapple with. Do we sustain this Muslim ticket with the heated noise about Christian genocide in the north? Or do we then now placate that community by bringing a Christian running mate? Only the APC can answer that question, not me.
Are you worried or bothered that sectarian crisis, whatever name, of any kind in the country has lingered this long without seeming solution in sight?
I'm bothered because in a sense, some sort of a conflict expert. Not because I trained originally in the area of peace practice or conflict studies, but because I led a presidential team for 8 years in managing internal conflict in Nigeria. Therefore, I worked with critical stakeholders, both state and non-state actors, including international development partners and embassies, diplomatic missions, and multilateral organizations. The World Bank, the EU, the USAID, when it was very much in force, the British defeat, and so on, a concert of civil society groupings. In this institute that we created in 2002 or 3, what we call the Strategic Conflict Assessment Document, from where, as I told you, extrapolated the Presidential Implementation Committee headed by Tiku then, at the highest level of government. So I thought that given the kind of work we did, the conflict analysis, the conflict research, the early warning, scheme, both at the local levels and at the national level as a hub. Because the idea is to have the continental mechanism feed into the regional community like ECOWAS and into the nation state, early warning and early response mechanism. We had all that in mind 2001, 2002, that's 24 years ago. So if that pace has been sustained across this immense historical time, almost quarter of a century, possibly the answer to your question would be no, we will not be suffering this kind of mess we are suffering today. But because sometimes these governments are distracted, they pursue different things that suit their self-interest, not the collective interest of the people. Sometimes they don't have any holistic approach to conflict management. Sometimes the method they deploy will not be suitable to our own environment. I'll give you an example. Traditional methods of managing conflict have not been really elevated the way it should be. Secondly, it took a long battle to even mainstream the multi-door court system. Remember the multi-door court system where you have the door of litigation, the door of mediation, the door of conciliation, the door of negotiation, the call of arbitration. It took a long time. Lawyers were feeling under threat. If we do all this multi-door, our job will be buried. Now the lawyers are the ones driving it. That means if you try litigation, it doesn't work. Try arbitration, try negotiation, try conciliation. This is, for me, the breadth of this conversation. There's another thing we call transitional justice mechanism. Is it working in the north when they have a deconfliction, from deconfliction to de-radicalization, de-radicalization to reintegration? Is it working? You have other issues called restorative justice. How do we sit down with the victim and offender in the healing process where you can now reconcile your differences, heal the community, restore peace? You see how the breadth and contours of these tools are, especially non-kinetic tools, because no matter how powerful the kinetic arsenal you may have, You can only suppress an environment for a short period of time. It will rear up its ugly head. I mean, the conflict situation there. But if you have the non-kinetic tools, how do you mobilize citizens? How do you gather intel? How do you weaponize intelligence? How do you do any warning evaluation? How do you do any response? How do you look at traditional justice mechanisms? How do you look at traditional methods of conflict management? These are the more, and how do you do multi-track, and multi-tiered conflict management? The one from the state, the one from non-state actors, international community, all in a mix. This government particularly is intellectually challenged. This government is intellectually bankrupt. This president, like I said, with his team, are committed only to coming to power again in 2027. That is why their mindset is take the parties out of the way, destroy PDP if we can, take away Labour Party if we can, be the only sole person standing, make a leisure re-entry in 2027 and easy, take. But again, in doing so, whether you fail or not is not even important. What are the consequences for this kind of precipitate action to the health of the country? The Donald Trump challenge and the guns are blazing seem to be a reminder that the more we distract ourselves from the urgent matters of the day, the more the rest of the world will recommit our attention to these matters.
Okay, let's go to party politics now, and the court interference in party politics. Take, for instance, the PDP. There are conflicting court judgments from Court of Concurrence Jurisdiction, the Abuja, Ibadan. The convention should not hold, the convention should hold. What's your take in all of this?
Well, this is, I wouldn't say, basically the fragmentation or the crumbling or the decay of the political order. Because the decay of politics is only decay of the judiciary and the decay of our representative democracy. Maybe one of the symptoms there. Sometimes this process reaches a high water mark, given the nature and character of a regime. The Milokun philosophy seems to suit this tendency of state capture. Captured National Assembly, captured INEC, captured Judiciary, captured security agencies. I've said it. This is now a hybrid regime that Bola is running, that a regime that is almost what we call competitive authoritarianism. Whether it is liberal or illiberal, whether it is democratic or not democratic, difficult for you to understand anymore. But the overarching aim is to dismantle what we call the